All righty. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, I ask you, Lord, to bless this live and people that come through. Help them open their hearts and minds to the truth, which is you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay. I haven't even gotten a chance to tell you about my topic or what the plan is, but we've got a guest. This is just a continuation from yesterday, so that if there's any Muslims that want to come up and engage, and maybe they went back home, did some research, and they came back and they have the answers that we asked yesterday, that would be brilliant. Holy, that's right, we're early today. Let me just, we are early today, guys. Reason for being early today is I've already made my dinner, I've done the house, I've taken the dog, everything is done early today so that I don't get disturbed midday. The Word and I, God bless you. For those that don't know him, the Word and I, follow, subscribe. The dude is brilliant. Gotta love him. So let's see. We have a first guy, Aklau. Oh, I don't know. We call him Awakening.
Hello?
How do you say it, my brother? God bless you.
Akil.
Akil. Okay. Can I ask you, what name is that? Is that an Arabic name?
Oh, it just means mind in Arabic.
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you for asking. Alrighty. So you came up with the topic, I suppose, yes?
Yeah, I heard you wanted to switch the topic. Do you just want to stay with this topic, or?
No. I said we'll stick to this topic because, I had the same topic yesterday. So I give the people that I spoke to yesterday an opportunity to come back today in case they found some of the answers for some of the questions I asked. But you weren't here yesterday, I suppose. So
Yeah, I wasn't.
We're still good. We're still good. So you are Muslim, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, I just want to make so people understand that these questions we ask, these are called real conversations with real Muslims. And now we're not looking for scholars, we're not looking for imams and sheikhs, we're not looking for people that, I just want to have a conversation. It's not a debate. The reason for conversation is, you are doing dawah now. When you are telling me about Islam and you're telling me about your Allah and your Muhammad, your Quran, you basically doing dawah. And when I ask you the questions, the people will be listening going, wow, beautiful. That sounds like a religion I want to join, or whatever. And, then they join it or they don't. So we just, having conversations. So my first question to you would be, I'll start off quite easy. Again, it's talking who is the Shaitan of Islam. Now we know that Shaitan didn't obey Allah and didn't prostrate and all that, right? That's fine. My question to you would be, from a different angle compared to yesterday's topic, would be, who in your mind, who in your religion spreads hate?
In my religion, who spreads hate?
Yeah, who would it be that spreads hate?
Besides Satan?
Well, I don't know. Is Satan the one that spreads hate?
I'll say person who spreads hate or like evil is Satan.
Okay. So do you know what the word enmity means?
Repeat it.
Enmity. Do you know what enmity means?
No.
So I did I lost the search. Okay. So enmity, let me just go back to Google. It's like spreading hostility,
Okay.
right? It's basically like you spreading violence, anger, hostility, opposition to. So who would be the one that spreads hostility?
Iblis, the devil.
Yeah, you are 100% spot on there. Now I'm going to show it on the screen Now this again is from the Quran 591. It says that Satan only desires to precipitate enmity and hatred between you, right, in regards to wine and arrow shuffling, and to bar you from the remembrance of God and from prayer. So according to the Quran, right, Satan is the one that spreads hatred and enmity, correct?
Yeah.
That's from, you have a Quran with you, I suppose?
No, I don't. But I guess I can look them up.
Yeah, if you got a second device, next time you come on a live where we're discussing religion, it's always good to have the Quran so that people don't say, I'm making it up, or, you don't have one or something. So that's important just for reference sake.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I have a slight problem now, because now we've both agreed that Satan would spread hatred and enmity. Why would Satan spread hatred and enmity? What do you think his objective is?
His objective is to get, I guess, people to try to disobey God's commandments and, try to get as much people into hellfire as possible.
Okay, so he's basically going to he's leading them astray, if I can say it
Yeah.
like that. Okay, so what is Satan's job, basically?
His job is to, get as much people into the hellfire as possible.
Okay, it's to lead people astray, correct?
Yeah.
Beautiful. So now we've got Satan is the one that pushes enmity and hatred, right? He excites it. He's the one to cast it. I'm going to read you another verse, right, from the Quran again. From the Quran, let me just go to that verse, and it says, let me see. Okay, here we go. So this again is from the Quran, and it says, and with those who say, we are Christians, we took their covenant, and they have forgotten a portion of that they were reminded of. So we have stirred up among them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection. Do you know who's speaking there?
No.
Who do you think is speaking there? Because we just said that the one that stirs up hatred and enmity is Satan, because that's his job, is to bring people away, to lead them away from God, right? To lead them astray. Now the person speaking here says that they are the ones that stirred up the hatred and enmity amongst people.
Wait, what verse is that? And what is the verse talking about?
Surah 5:14. Surah 5:14 says, and with those who say, we are Christians, we took their covenant, and they have forgotten a portion of that they were reminded of. So we stirred up among them enmity and hatred till the day of resurrection. Meaning that they will have hostility and hatred until the last day.
Yeah, so I just read the verse, and what I'm getting from that is basically, you know, Allah is referring to the people of the book, Jews and Christians,
Mm-hmm.
and he basically gave them consequences, and
What happens, you told me earlier, what happens when you give someone hatred and enmity? You told me it'll make them go away from God, not towards God, correct? Meaning that you are leading them astray.
yeah, enmity.
And you told me the job of Satan is to lead people astray, correct?
Yeah.
Why is it in the Quran Allah says that he leads people astray?
I mean, those people are already astray, I believe. And he basically is putting, disagreements between them as a consequence.
Okay, watch this, dude. If your mom and dad see that you are a drug addict, would they give you more drugs or try to get you help?
Try to give me help.
Okay. If they see that you are lost, will they give you wrong directions or will they try to guide you back home?
Got me back home.
Okay. So the God of Islam sees people are going on the wrong path, and instead of guiding them back home, he puts devils on them, he leads them astray, he puts hatred and enmity between them. How does this sound like a God that wants you to come home when it sounds more like he's pushing you away? I mean, as a son, your mom probably told you 50 times to do something. After the first time, do you think that she should just throw you out because you didn't listen to her? Or should she, as a mother, keep trying to bring you home because of the love she has for you? Must she turn her back on you, walk away from you? Or must she be the stronger one? Because she is your creator. She created you. She loves you. She knows who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So what I have to say for this is, in the Quran, it also says that, people, you know, God at the end of the day, He knows who has the sincere hearts. And He said, if you leave Him, He will leave you. So,
Well, hang on,
it's,
stop there. Thanks for saying that. Now, does that sound, now again, right? Can you imagine if you asked your mom, like, listen, mom, can I watch TV? And she goes, no, you're going to bed. And you get so upset with her because she said no to you, and you curse her, you walk away, and you make it worse for her every day. Does that sound like a good relationship?
no, but
But a job as a parent is to do what? A job as a creator is to do what?
yeah, it's to, help
To
help
guide,
out
to protect, to
as a
love,
parent.
to.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't really compare, God with humans because we need God. God does not need us.
Oh,
So
God, your God does. Your God needs you because he says he needs help. So your God needs help. Right now, we know that from the Quran in Surah 22:40, it says God needs help. He wants you to help him. But Satan never asks for help. Right? Satan never asks, but your God does ask for help. So your God is showing me that your God is not a God that would treat me. Now, I saw someone in the chat said that God is not a parent. It's fine. This is why he's your slave master, because you are his slave. Notice the difference, guys. Notice the difference. Each time we talk about the God of Islam, it's so far away from everything to do with a God that's caring and loving that Muslims are willing to walk away from that, the love that they're supposed to have, the comfort, the support, the protection. Allah in the Quran is not protecting you. Now, my point is, you told me that Allah's job, that Satan's job is to lead people astray. Can you tell me, according to Islam, who created wine?
who created wine?
Yeah.
God.
Okay. God created wine, and yet, if you read the verse I gave you in 591, the first one I gave you, 591, let's just go there quickly. It says that that is talking about with regards to the, so it says, and hatred between you with intoxicants. So Satan wants you to drink, right? He's giving you strong drinks. But we know that Allah has rivers of wine in heaven, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, again, Muslima, I'm hoping she can come up. So after I talk to you. So what I'm saying to you is, your Quran tells you not to gamble, and yet at the same time, you don't know if you are gambling with Allah, because he says only one of 73 sects is going to come to him. Your Quran tells you that when you die, you will get rivers of wine. Your Quran tells you that Allah is the one that spreads hatred and enmity between them. Can I ask you this? Would Allah be happy with you if you were a sinner or not a sinner?
You're stating a lot of points. Is it cool if I respond to them first before
Sure.
So, the first point you made about the him spreading division part, it's seen as divine justice. Like, for example, if you God knows obviously what's in your heart. So if you stop caring about him and basically die upon not caring about him, why should he care about you? And second point is, the wine in heaven. Everything in heaven is not haram. Basically, he's giving you an option in this life to obey him or disobey. And so basically, in heaven, he's giving you everything. So like basically there's no option of obeying or disobeying in heaven. And yeah. What other points?
So you said that Allah knows what's in our hearts, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a problem with that as well, because the hadiths tell us that, and the Quran tells us that we are created with predestination, meaning Allah knows exactly what we're going to do. Now, there's a difference between knowing where someone is going and sending them there. Now, the Quran tells us that while you were still in your father's loins, Allah created you either for heaven or for hell. This is what the Quran tells us, the hadiths tell us, that you were created with already completed intention. Like Moses, like Adam said, he says to Moses, why do you blame me of something that Allah predestined for me 40 years before I was born? So he didn't have a choice. It was already written by Allah. But my question to you was earlier, which would Allah prefer? Do you think Allah would prefer someone that commits sin or someone that doesn't commit sin?
Someone that doesn't commit sin, obviously, but he from the
So hang on,
Quran.
if you were not to commit sin, would that make Allah happy?
Yeah, try your best not to commit sin, but nobody's perfect.
Okay, I got you. So if you're not to commit sin, Allah would be happy. What if I show you the opposite? What if I showed you that Allah wants you to commit sin? That Allah, he doesn't want you not to commit sin, because if you don't commit sin, he will sweep you out of existence and replace you with someone that does commit sin.
Sure, go ahead. I would like to see that.
Sure. Just 1 second. So if you got your computer or something there and you went to Sunan Sahih Muslim 2749, right? I'll read it for you. It says this: by him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence and he would replace you by those people who would commit sin and seek forgiveness from Allah, and he would have pardoned them. Why wouldn't it be pleasing for Allah that we don't commit sin?
Wait, repeat the hadith that you read so I can read it myself.
I'll show it to you. Hang on a second. So it's Sahih Muslim 2749. And it says, by him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence and replace you by those people who would commit sin and seek forgiveness from Allah, and he would have pardoned them. So I thought Allah wanted us to not to commit sin.
Yeah, I haven't read that hadith, so I don't know too much about it. But
That's okay.
yes,
Anyway, if you didn't read it, now you did. So what do you think? Would you think that, okay, if somebody wants you to commit sin, it would be Satan, right? For example, adultery. Adultery. Do you think adultery would come from someone? Is adultery evil?
Yes, against God's commandments.
Okay, so if adultery is evil, right? Pay attention now. If adultery is evil, that means evil comes from who?
Satan.
Beautiful. So if adultery comes from Satan, it means that Satan is pushing us further away from God, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, Sahih Muslim 2657b. Okay, let's see what it says. Verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in. He will indulge in it, which he of necessity must commit. Let's just start again. You said adultery is evil. Evil comes from Satan. And someone that pushes you to commit adultery has to be Satan. Verily, Allah, not Satan, my brother, has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will. If I say you will do something, do you have a choice?
If I will do something?
If someone said to you, if I said to you, Allah will make you, I don't know, fast, you don't have a choice, correct? Because Allah, his will is stronger than your will, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Allah says you will do something, then you will, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so he says you will indulge in it, and which of necessity you must commit. For those that are asking, it's Sahih Muslim 2657b.
I got a question. So you're basically bringing up a hadith that contradicts with the Quran, though.
Okay, hang on. It's going hand in hand with the Quran. Hand in hand.
So the Quran says that you must commit adultery?
No, the Quran tells you that Allah will lead you astray. And how else can a man be led astray if this is one of the worst sins that you can do?
Where does the Quran say he'll lead you astray?
Oh, there's many verses. Go to Surah 488. It's actually 488 is the one that says that he will lead you astray and there's nothing anyone can do. Nothing. It says that no matter what happens, you will, let me show you this. I'll show you. Let me go to Surah 41. And before I go to 488, 41:25, right? Watch this. It says, and we appointed for them companions who made attractive to them what was before them, meaning sin. So who do you think is talking here? So someone made sin look attractive for them, and the word has come into effect upon the nations that has passed before them. In the Quran, in Surah 41:25, Allah makes sin attractive for them, attractive to them. So that will cause them to sin. Allah does this, nobody else. But look what 21:24 says. In Surah 21:24, it says, let me just go there. It says, or have they taken gods besides him? Say, O Muhammad, produce your proof. The Quran is a message for me. 21:24, yeah. Message for those of me by most of them who do not know the truth, so they turn away. So when they don't know truth, they turn away. But the Quran in 41:25 tells us that it is Allah that makes the sinning attractive to them. Right? It says, and we appointed for them companions, prophets, companions. Now remember, there's people among them who made attractive to them what was before them and what was behind them of sin. We appointed, Allah appointed these people to make the sin look attractive. And the word has come into effect upon them, upon the nations which have passed before them. So Allah did that. Now I want you to go to Surah 488. 488 is even more of a checkmate on this whole topic, because it tells you that no matter what you do, you can never get away. Watch this. It says in 488, what is the matter with you two groups concerning the hypocrites? While Allah has made them fall back into error and disbelief. Who made them fall back into error and disbelief? Allah, for what they earned. Then he says, do you wish to guide those whom Allah has led astray? And he who Allah sends astray, never will you find for him a way of guidance. Never will you find a way for him of guidance. So, my man, what is the mission of all prophets? What do prophets come down for?
Okay, so you mentioned that surah. Do you know what it's talking about?
Which surah, brother?
488.
Yeah, well, go on. You tell me. I want you to teach me. You obviously know now, so you tell me what I missed.
Yeah, so this surah is talking about two groups of the believers. They are hypocrites. Wait, can you hear me when I'm off that?
No, once you leave the app, I can't hear you.
Yeah, but basically, when he's saying
each time you leave, man, I can't hear a word you say.
Yeah, basically, when he's saying, do you, hold on, let me see. When he says, do you wish to guide whom Allah has guided, it's basically a rhetorical question, basically saying, if, you're guided astray, the only way you could come back is by Allah's will.
Okay. If okay, now you've covered two topics there. One is that means you have no free will. You have to wait for the will of Allah. That's number one. Number two, it says, and he whom Allah sends astray, not Satan, Allah sends him astray. It says, never will you find for him a way. Showing us that if Allah has sent you astray, not Satan, Allah, then you will always be lost because you don't have the guidance of Allah. Salam Masih, Chris. God bless you.
Hey, Salam Masih, brother. God bless.
Tell me what you're thinking, my young man.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking, right, is if you're guided astray and you're not, obviously, shit. I'm back. My phone just fell. But yeah, if you're guided astray and you basically don't have a sincere heart or open mind, you're obviously not gonna be, I guess, open or willing to come to Islam. So automatically that makes you, someone that's far away, and basically you can't come back until if Allah wills.
That's why I asked you earlier, if your mum or your dad or your best friend saw you doing drugs, would they try to help you or would they give you more? The reason for that is because one shows compassion, understanding, and a will to reform you, to bring you back. The other one is putting you deeper in, let's just say, hell, because someone doing those kinds of things is not going to live a good life.
So
now, what I'm saying again is, I'm saying that if someone is being led astray, they're not being guided. God, he's supposed to create us with free will to want to come to him. Yet, he is doing the job of Satan. So tell me, if Satan disappeared from the world today, who would still be leading us astray?
The only person leading you astray would be yourself at the end of the day.
I'm not Allah, my brother. I'm not Allah. It tells us all over the Quran. Allah. In Surah 1693, it says this: but if Allah had willed, he could have made you one religion. But he causes to stray whom he wills and guides whom he wills.
Yeah.
So we don't need Satan, correct? Because Allah does the job of Satan.
Okay, the problem I have with that though is if everybody was led the right path, right? There would be no point of Satan and Satan, having a mission.
Okay, well, tell me one more time. Tell me one more time. What is the reason for Satan?
Okay.
Isn't his main objective to take us away from God, to lead us astray?
Okay, so the main mission of Satan is to get as much people into hellfire, and
Okay.
God, he basically gave you free will to choose between right and wrong. And if
You just said you didn't have that. You said that you were created. Allah knew what you were going to do. You said that earlier. So if he's the one that's sending you to hell.
Hold on. Obviously, God is all-knowing, so he knows what you're destined for. But he also gave you the opportunity to choose, right?
Okay, watch this. Can I be a Muslim if Allah didn't will it?
Can you be a Muslim if Allah didn't will it?
Yeah.
If Allah didn't will you to become Muslim, yeah, you can't become Muslim.
Not according to the Quran. The Quran tells me that even if I were to become a Muslim, it will never happen unless Allah wills it first. Surah 10:100. The Quran tells us I don't have a choice. It's not up to me, it's up to Allah. It says, and no soul shall believe except by the will of Allah. So if I wanted to believe today, how can I believe if Allah didn't will it?
Well, obviously, it depends on the person you are, right?
Well, listen, no, my man, no. You got such a good heart. I really wish it was true what you're saying. And the reason I'm saying that is because you are thinking like a normal person would, right? Someone that, and I'm not going to be nasty when I say this, but someone that's never read the Quran has your kind of mentality and understanding, because this makes sense. What you say makes sense if you are Christian. But because you are Muslim, and please misunderstand me correctly, because you are Christian, a Muslim, what you say doesn't make sense, because free will exists in the Bible. There's no free will in Islam. Your Allah created you for hellfire or for paradise while you were yet in your father's loins. In the Quran, isn't it true that Allah created some of mankind and jinn for hellfire?
Yeah, he created jinn for hellfire.
And mankind, not just jinn.
Yeah.
Okay. So now those people that are created for hellfire, like a fish is created for the sea or for water. Can a fish just come out the water now and start talking and walking? No, it's created for water. Now Allah creates people, mankind, for hellfire. Can you change what Allah created you for?
No.
Okay. That means you have no free will then, correct?
You're he obviously knows what you're destined for.
No, my man. I'm going to show you something. Watch this. I'll show it to you. Because again, have you heard of the birds of paradise?
The birds of paradise?
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this before I go on. Children that have not committed sin or are not old enough to sin, do they go to heaven or hell?
Heaven.
Okay. You see, this is what I like you, man. Is that
I like this guy. You would think they go to heaven. I like this kid, James.
Yeah, me too. And I'm saying, the thing is, the reason he's talking like that is because he's obviously got Western values coming from the Bible, biblical, because if he knew what Islam said, he would, it's different. It's opposite of what you say, my man. Watch this awakening. Watch this. This is Sahih Muslim 2662C.
You brought another hadith, my brother. I'm
I know
saying
that, but it's confirmed in the Quran. I'll show it to you in the Quran as well. It confirms that you have no free will, that everything is predestined, right? I'll show it to you, but I want you to see this. And you are not Quran only, are you?
I believe that if the hadith contradicts the Quran, then I don't believe in the hadith because the Quran overrules the hadith.
No worries. Watch this. Allah's messenger, there is happiness for this child who is a bird from the birds of paradise, for it committed no sin, nor has he reached the age when one can commit sin. Muhammad said, Aisha, peradventure, it may be otherwise, because God created for paradise those who are fit for it while they were yet in their father's loins, and created for hell those who are to go to hell. He created them for hell while they were yet in their father's loins. So there's two things here. One, children can go to hell. Two, everything is decided before you are born by Allah, because God created for paradise, meaning he already knew where he's going to send you while you were fit for it in your father's loins. Now, you don't know, Awakening, whether you're going to paradise or to hell, correct?
Yeah.
And you will never know whether you're going to paradise or hell until you pass, correct?
Yeah.
And what you do now is you have to do 1,000,001 good deeds in the hope that you are one of those that go to paradise, right?
Wait, repeat that.
I said you are one of those that hope you are going to paradise. That's why you do all these good deeds in the hope that you will go to paradise.
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know whether you are created for paradise or not. So you have no idea where you're going, no matter what you do. So it can be, now I'm going to show you another hadith where it actually says, they ask Muhammad, why should we do anything if everything is predestined, predetermined? Why should we do anything? So now again, your God tells you he wants you to be a sinner so that you can ask for forgiveness. Now, if my mom said to me, listen, I want you to go out and steal from the corner shop so that you can come home and I can punish you and you can ask me for forgiveness. Does that sound like a good mother?
No.
That's a
Nope,
crappy
not
mother.
at all.
That's an awful mother, because she is making me do wrong just to ask and beg for forgiveness. A good mother would teach me the values of not stealing. And if I did steal, she'd want me to pay for, to do the time for the crime, but she'd want me to become English word, to ask for forgiveness, to repent.
Hey, I'm just saying, my mother would have whooped my butt if I would have did that stuff. I'm just saying.
Well, that's exactly right. You get punished for it, but in the end, she still loves you as a child, and she will try to guide you from there on. But I know where I am with my mother because of the love, the care, the attention, the nurturing, the parenting she gives me, the guidance she gives me. My mom would never tell me to go commit a sin just to make her happy. So all I'm saying to you, man, you told me right from the start, my brother, you said to me that the job of Satan is to lead people astray. And here we see that Allah not only leads astray, but he is the one that spreads hatred and enmity, when we know that Satan also spreads hatred and enmity. We know that the portion of adultery should come from Satan, and yet it's coming from Allah. We know that the person that should be misleading us should be Satan, but it's Allah.
Yeah, so obviously Allah knows your destiny, but he doesn't force you in any way to pick and choose, even though he does know your destiny, right? And he did say there's going to be people of the hellfire, so there is people going to be in there. But that's why you have to choose and use your, ability to choose the the right, do the right things and stuff like that. Because right now, just like right now, you have the ability to choose whether to go astray or not. It's still your own ability.
Let me just jump in. There's a big difference between choosing whether you want to go left or right, come on the life, leave the life. That's different. But choosing your destiny, where you're going, that could never happen, because Allah says in the Quran, Surah 54:49 says, indeed, all things we created with predestination. Do you understand what predestination means?
Yeah, I understand. I didn't say you choose your destiny. I said He knows your destiny, but you have the ability to choose at the end of the day.
Okay, let me, my brother, one more thing. I'll read another hadith to you to let you see if it's true. You know, as a Muslim, that when you are created, that Allah sends the angels to write down 4 things about you, correct?
Repeat that.
When you are created, Allah sends an angel to write 4 things down in his book about you. Okay, it says Allah then sends an angel and orders the angel to write down 4 things. Number 1 is provision, then his age, then whether he's going to be wretched or whether he's going to be blessed. So there's 4 things, right? Whether he's going to be blessed or wretched. Then the soul is breathed into him. And by Allah, a person, now listen carefully, a person among you may do the deeds of the people of the fire till there is only a cubit or an arm breadth distance between him and the fire. But then that writing which Allah has ordered the angels to write precedes, and he does the deeds of the people of paradise and enters it. Meaning, you were a sinner your whole life, you're just about to die, you're an arm's length away from death, and then Allah's like, okay, what did I write down for him? No, change that. He's coming to heaven. Give him the deeds of a good person. And it says, and then he does the deeds of the people of paradise and enters it. And it says, a man may do the deeds of the people of paradise till there's only a cubit or an arm's length between him and paradise. So he's on his deathbed, he's almost gone. And then the writing precedes, and he does the deeds of the people of the fire and enters it. So you notice, it's not you. There's nothing that you do that can change it. Nothing. In fact, Muhammad, the people asked Muhammad, they were like, listen, so what is the point of this? Why do we have to do anything if we are going to be punished? And he said, in fact, watch this. I'll read that to you as well. Because this is a question, the question we're talking about was asked to Muhammad. This is Sahih Muslim 6406. It said, Abu Aswad reported that Ibn Hussein asked him, what is your view what the people do today in the world and strive for? Is it something decreed for them or preordained for them? You understand the meaning of these words, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it says, for them, or will their fate in the hereafter be determined by the fact that their prophets brought them teaching which they did act upon? Now, my question to Muslims is, why is Allah sending prophets when he's already sending people astray as he wills? But watch what he says. Now watch this. This is still reading now. He said, I said, of course, it is something which is predetermined for them and preordained for them. He said, then would it not be an injustice to punish them? Meaning, if it's already been predestined, preordained, why should they be punished for something that Allah made them do? So now watch what the conversation goes now. I felt greatly disturbed because of that and said, everything is created by Allah and lies in his power. He would not be questioned as to what he does, but they would be questioned. Thereupon he said to me, may Allah have mercy on you. I did not mean to ask you, but for testing your intelligence. 2 men of the tribe of Muzania came to Allah's messenger and said, now they're asking Muhammad, Allah's messenger, what is your opinion that the people do in the world and strive for? Is it something decreed for them, something preordained for them, and will their fate in the hereafter be determined by the fact that their prophets brought them teachings which they did not act upon, and thus they became deserving of punishment. Right? I know that's a long sentence, but now the question is, everything is preordained, and should they be punished? Muhammad said this: of course it happens as it is decreed by destiny and preordained for them, and this view is confirmed by the verse of the book of Allah, the Exalted and the Glorious. Consider the soul and him who made it perfect and breathed into it its sin and piety. So who breathes sin into us? This is from the Quran, Surah 91, 7 and 8. The one that breathes into us sin is Allah, according to Muhammad. Surah 91, 7 and 8.
Yeah.
So who? Sorry, go on. But just before you go on, just remember what I said. It is Allah that breathed the amount of sin into us, not Satan.
Yeah. I feel like, obviously it's, confusing topic because I feel like it's beyond human comprehension at the end of the day, because
I get it.
yeah, because obviously God knows everything, but he gave you the ability to choose from right or wrong, because in the Quran it says multiple times too that life is a test. If life was a test, but we were, it's like, say
watch this. I showed you a verse in the Quran that said everything is predestined. If life is a test and I'm telling you it's predestined, that's a contradiction. If it's a test, it means you have a choice, correct? Predestined means you don't have a choice.
No, that's where you're getting it wrong.
Okay.
Having destiny and the ability to choose from right or wrong is very different.
But I showed you a verse that said that I can't become a Muslim unless Allah wills it. So if I want to be a Muslim,
let me ask
Allah
you,
willed it. Sorry,
do you have the ability to become Muslim right now? Yes or no?
I have the ability, yes. I think I do. But Allah tells me Allah tells me differently. It means that even if I take the Shahada, it doesn't mean that I will be a Muslim in his eyes, because he hasn't willed it. See, I can walk up to Chris Claus and say, I can call him dad. But if he doesn't want me as a father, there's nothing that I can do to call him dad, because it's his will. He doesn't want me. Allah is saying that I can take the Shahada now, but if I'm not one of those chosen by him, I will never be a Muslim, because he didn't will it.
Yeah, it's just obviously, I feel like a problem that's behind you, above.
But anyway, it's I'm glad for this conversation. I'm glad you were just respectable. Can I just ask you, just out of curiosity, did this give you anything to think about, or did anything that I show you just still tell you that there's no difference between Allah and Satan? Because listen, my question is like this. My thing is, who is the one that will want you to sin? Who is the one that leads you astray? And what is the job of Satan? If Satan's job, his primary, I say in English, his primary job, if you agree with me, his primary job is to lead people astray, correct?
Say
again, I didn't hear you.
You said Satan is
Satan's primary job is to lead people astray, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if Satan disappeared, if he was gone, boom shakalaka checkmate, he's gone, he's off the table. We still have Allah, and Allah still leads people astray. So then tell me, why do we need Satan if Allah is doing the job of Satan?
I feel like if Satan didn't exist, then that would be, illogical, because then there wouldn't be a point of us being here, basically.
Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate the conversation. I can show you more verses, but I don't want you to feel like I'm just, but again, I'm just hoping, even for the people in the chats, that these types of conversations with Muslims helps them understand better. My thing is quite simple. I would ask questions about, does Allah or Satan prefer sinners? Which one of these two? They both can't do the same job. Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, like, are you a Christian?
I'm a Christian, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well,
We're
answer the
both
last-
Christians.
Sorry, Chris, say again.
I'll just say, yes, sir. We're both Christians.
Yeah. So in my paradigm or awakening, or just my question would be, does Allah or Satan, which one of these two would be happier with sinners?
Satan.
And yet at the same time, you see, this is why I like you, man. I actually like you. The reason I'm saying
Can I
that,
ask that question? Can I ask that question a different way, James?
Yeah.
My question would be, do you think Allah would want you to sin, or would Allah want you to be righteous?
Allah would want you to be righteous, obviously.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Well, your Quran actually says opposite to that. Your Quran says that if you didn't sin, Allah would destroy you off the face of the earth and create people that did sin.
That's a hadith
Is that?
James showed.
But do you not see the issue with that, though?
It's a hadith, so I don't know if that hadith is weak or not, because I've never seen it, but I took it for what it is, and I'm gonna look at it later. But
Sahih Muslim, brother, it's all Sahih.
Huh?
It's Sahih Muslim. To say it's to question Sahih Muslim, you need to be, above scholars.
What? And when he's talking about hadith, you have to remember, there was a lot of hadith at one time, and Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, they went through all of these hadith, and they kept a certain amount of hadith, and they disregarded the others. Correct?
I don't know, but I just know that hadith doesn't overrule Quran, so I stick with Quran first.
But aren't they working together though? Aren't they complementing? Because every time I gave you a hadith, I gave you a Quranic verse proving, for example, that if you were, like, for example, not to sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence. And then we go to the Quran, and it says that Allah will make you commit sin, lead you astray. Again, I asked you, according to the Quran, who is the one that spreads hatred and enmity? You said Satan, and then I showed you a verse in the Quran where Allah is the one spreading hatred and enmity until the day of resurrection. So my question is the same. You, and this is why I like you. It's because you don't know Islam. You assume Islam would, make sense in what you are saying to me, which is good, because what you are saying to me makes more sense than the Quran, Allah, and Muhammad. In fact, what you are saying to me fits better into the Bible or the Christian belief than what the Muslims have been teaching.
I feel like the verses that you brought up, right? First of all, it was talking about how Allah was serving them as a consequence. He doesn't do it just to do it because he wants us to do it, right?
What is the point of sending people astray?
Hold on, I'm gonna finish what I was saying. I feel like what I got from this conversation was that, like, at the end of the day, what God does is beyond human comprehension, and you don't just go around, oh, why did he do that? Why did he do this? Because he's the ultimate planner. And
so you're not allowed to ask questions. Then you can't double check.
No, you're allowed, but there's like some things that are beyond human comprehension that you can't understand on his level. You know what I mean? So when he, misguides those hypocrites that you brought up in the verse, that was like divine justice. instead of, you know, leading them astray on purpose for no reason, because in their hearts they're already gone no matter what. And the thing that you guys are like not comprehending is like, even though it's destined, you still have the ability to choose from right or wrong. Just like how you have the ability right now to choose to be Muslim, right? But you guys obviously are not going to do that because you guys have the ability to, you know, not do that.
No worries, man. No worries. Anyway, man, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up. Let me bring up another Muslim. I truly enjoy this conversation. Come back anytime. You know, let's just see, maybe if you want to double check what I sent you, what we spoke about, you know, come back and we can pick it up from where we left off.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care. God bless.
And also, when he looks into the hadith that we were telling him, he'll know that they're sahih.
Yeah, double check that as well, Awakening. Make sure you go and check every hadith I gave you. If you follow me, the Agents 007 on YouTube, you'll be able to watch this again, and all the references you can write down and show people, and we can go from there. Okay, man. Take care. Thank you. Super duper. For those that don't know, the YouTube is called the Agents 007 on YouTube. Subscribe, like, comment. That was a nice conversation. I actually enjoyed that because, again, and I say it again, his values are not from the Quran. It's not from the Quran. Therefore, it has to come from another source, and it's more Christian than anything, because you'd assume that you want a God that doesn't want you to sin. You'd assume you want a God that wants to guide you and protect you, but that's not what Islam presents. There's this guy called Chris Claus. He has this site called One Way Apologetics. He is a cubit length, an arm length from reaching 10,000 subscribers. Just a cubit. He's like nearly there. So guys, please, the guy next to me, Chris Claus, in his bio, you'll be able to find One Way Apologetics. One Way Apologetics. Please, guys, subscribe and follow, like.
And right now would be a really good time for people to subscribe, because if y'all have not found out, I'm going live tonight and probably tomorrow or Saturday. I'm holding off one review for a certain reason, but I'm going live tonight with Albie Al, and we will be talking about who is the angel of the Lord. And Muslims are more than welcome to come up and challenge me and Albie on who the angel of the Lord is. And then this weekend, I will be doing a review on the debate that God Logic had with Captain Tazariak.
There you go, guys. There you go. So please, guys, subscribe, follow. Yeah. So no Mr. Nice Guy. I'm gonna get this guy up. No Mr. Nice Guy. Oh, this is gonna be scary.
Yeah, we don't want no Mr. Nice Guys up here anyway.
It's gonna be scary. Look at that eye, man. You got an eye of the tiger.
Hello,
Mr.
how are
Nice
you?
Guy, how you doing?
No, Mr. Nice Guy, not Mr. Nice Guy.
No Mr. Nice Guy. Are you a Muslim, sir?
Oh, I'm something Muslim, something else. I'm like the Dal, the Shaytan of Islam. Got bang on the money with your.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Watch your head, Shaitan of Islam.
Yeah.
So what do you believe? Are you a Christian, sir?
Hello there, Flavor. How are you?
Why do you mock the people?
How are you, sir? Are you good?
I just asked you a question. Why do you mock?
I'm trying to show you that, I'm greeting you. Good day, sir. How are you?
Are you mocking the Muslims?
How are you, sir? Are you well?
I'm asking you a question. Are you mocking them?
Dude, again.
Hey,
how are you?
Flavor Flav. Slow down, man. Slow down. Go ahead, James.
Anyway, the dude, he's got his boxing gloves on. It looks as if he is ready for a good rumble. Go on, sir. What did I mock, or what did I say that was wrong?
What you say that is wrong is that you trying to be a Muslim while you are Christian. You read their books. You read
Say what?
you read their books. You read the Quran.
Are you a Muslim, sir?
No, I'm not a Muslim. So I don't understand why you're supporting them. Why do you?
I got this one, James. What in the heck are you on the stage for, whining and crying that somebody is reading the Quran when you're not even Muslim? Can you please explain that to me?
Because he's deceiving people.
How do you know he's deceiving people if you're not a Muslim?
Because I know the truth. I know the truth.
How do you know the truth if you're not a Muslim?
You don't need to be a Muslim to know the truth.
Oh, so
What are you
are you the prophet of Islam, are you?
I am a teacher, yes.
Of what?
Oh, a teacher of what?
I'm the teacher of the truth, of the way, of the life.
Oh, you're the teacher of the truth, and you expose them lies, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Are you a Christian?
Awesome.
Yes, I am.
And so are we.
No,
What are you
you aren't.
arguing with me for?
Because you read the Quran, and the Quran
So
says
as a Christian, you idiot, listen up. Because we
Yeah,
are Christian,
listen while
we are
you're in
allowed
the
to read.
audience.
Yeah, because we are Christian, we are allowed to read the Quran, to repeat to people the lies that are in the Quran. Next time, before you put on your boxing gloves, make sure you don't have ballerina biceps, because when you come up over here, you get a Mike Tyson knockout. No, I'm sorry, a Holyfield knockout. Don't come up over here, man, and be flexing yourself. If you don't know who we are and what we're representing, then just shut the hell up and stay down there.
Hey, can we get W's host in the chat? We need everybody in the chat to put in W host right there. That's right. Good speech, James.
Oh my goodness. Can't make this up, man. Why you read the Quran? Because I want to read the Quran.
Oh, so you're a Christian?
Hello there, Joker. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. Yes, I'm a Christian. Are you a Muslim?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Okay. Are you a Muslim or a Muslim?
Muslim. What's the difference?
Muslim. Well, we had a guy come up the other day and he told us that there's a big difference between being a Muslim. He was a Muslim. He's a Circle 7 Qurani.
Yeah, his name is Mr. Bay. If you ever see him here on TikTok, that's his name. He's a Muslim, not a Muslim.
All right.
And he has a Circle 7 Quran. Have you read the other Quran? One of the many? Circle 7?
Yeah, but I got a question.
No, man, you came up to answer the question. See, there's a question mark on my screen.
No, I just have a question. Are you not going to respect people's questions, or?
Well, no, not a matter of respecting. Aren't you going to respect my page that you came up on where it says?
Yeah, I have a question of your page, what you have on the screen right now.
Sure, go on then.
All right. So you're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
So being a Christian, you think you're going to go to heaven if you're disrespecting other religions?
Show me that I disrespected any other religion.
You're bashing Muslims. Like, what do you mean?
When did I tell me what I said? Hang on. Before you cry, if you're going to cry, please make sure
you're going to cry. You're the one that cried.
Okay, so then answer the question. Can you tell me what did I say that was bashing Muslims?
Okay, first of all, you say I'm crying when you're muting people. When
what
you don't
did I say?
You're a grown
that was bashing Muslims.
You're a grown crybaby.
Listen, Aisha, did she cry when Muhammad jumped her?
Do you want to stop? Do you want to stop muting, or
was guys? Don't mute him. Did Aisha cry when Muhammad penetrated at 9?
Okay, so now you're just okay. So Mary's a virgin, right?
No, she wasn't.
She was pregnant. Okay, so she was at the age of 12.
She had a child.
So what does that say? What does that say, buddy?
Okay, now I'm asking you if you'd like to engage in the topic, right?
You know it's really weird, James.
Chris,
at least Mary could have a child. Aisha was destroyed so young she wasn't able to have children her whole life.
That's why they're called a stepmother of Islam.
And that's why you guys.
Jacko, would you like to engage in the topic, or would you just like to cry?
Well, How about
you didn't request for nothing, right?
Muting me every 2 seconds.
Yeah, because you're not focusing on the topic.
No,
so would you
because
like to focus on the
you can
topic?
do whatever you want on an app.
Would
You're
you
on
like
TikTok.
to focus
You
on the
get your-
topic?
You get your discussions from TikTok. You don't
Would you
actually
like
follow your
to
religion.
focus
If
on
you
the
actually
topic?
followed your religion, you would just respect. I respect.
Would
Christians.
you
I
like
don't
to
bash or
focus? Last time. I'm asking you one more time. One more time. Right? So stop crying like a little girl. I'm asking you one more time. Maybe not. Maybe I won't.
I didn't want to hear it one last time, James. Watch your head, man. Watch your head. But here we see the issue. This guy comes up here and he's like, "Why are you guys always going after Islam? I thought you were Christians." He was basically crying up on stage. James was right. Muslims, can you come up here and be a little bit stronger than Muhammad? We need you to be as strong as Aisha when you come up here, not like Muhammad, please.
And the reason why Chris said that is because Aisha, she took it like a trooper. She took it. Now Muhammad, he met some guy in a cave, and this dude, he wanted to jump down. He wanted to jump from the highest hill several times. He wanted to unalive himself because he was a weakling. The dude was weak.
Well, and what happened right after he left the cave, James? Now this shows you how much of a wimp Muhammad is truly. A grown man is in a cave. He gets scared. And what does he do? He runs like a little girl to his wife and is sobbing and crying. And his wife has to tell him, nah, be a man, Muhammad, smarten up. You're my husband, be a man, right? Like, how does his wife have to tell him to be a man? And he's supposed to be the prophet of Islam? Come on, guys.
Imagine that your own wife. Man up, dude. What is wrong with you? Man up. What is wrong with you? Want to unalive yourself and stuff? Sit on my left knee. Sit on my right knee. Let me flash this thing in front of you, even if I don't see it. Let me just make it. Let me just play your game. You know when you have a kid, right? And your kid comes to you and the kid pretends, and you pretend with the kid just to make the kid happy. So Muhammad, he was like a dwarf, right? So she just picked him up, put him on her lap, back and forth. And eventually she's like, well, do you see this? Do you see the angel now? Or do you see this thing now? And Mom was like, yeah, I can see him. He's standing in front of me. And she's like, oh, okay. And then she picks him up, puts him on the other knee. Do you see him now? Yeah, he's just standing in front of me. And okay, well, hang on, sit on my lap now. Do you still see him now? Yeah, he's just standing in front of me. I'm going to jump from the highest hill. And then hang on, Muhammad, watch this. Let me show him the milk shake that brings all the Sahaba to the yard. And then she strips off, and then Muhammad, she says, do you see him now? And no, he's gone. Oh, that's because he's an angel. It's okay, baby. Come sleep next to Mom. And oh, it's okay. Sleep. It's okay. Don't you worry about a thing. Mama Khadija, she got you. It's okay. She played his game. She played his game. And then she's like, oh, we'll go talk to my cousin. It's okay. Warika, listen, Warika, man. My husband over here. Come over here, hubby. Come here, hubby. Sit on my lap. My husband saw something last night. Wink, wink, you know. Please tell him it was an angel, it wasn't a devil, so that he can put his feet down from the bed when he's getting out of bed, because he's thinking that the devil stays under his bed. It's going to grab him by the feet and then pull him underneath. Please tell him it's an angel, someone good. And Warika's like, oh, Muhammad, it's okay. Don't you worry about it. It was a good angel. He's not going to grab you and attack you. He's not going to be nasty to you. It's okay, Muhammad. And Muhammad's like, oh, yippee, yippee, now I'm okay, yippee. It was an angel, it wasn't the devil. Man up, bro. Man up. Now, I got that up my system, guys. For the next one coming up, we're not going to relive that. We're going to move on, and we're going to get back to the topic. Oh, my Lord.
Well, and really, he come up here and he wanted us to do that, right? Like he could have just joined the conversation, had a nice discussion like the guy before did. But no, he wanted to bring up Mary. If you bring up Mary, oh, I'm going after your prophet and your God. No problem about it.
Zayn, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
I'm very well, thank you. You surprised me with the voice. It's not the type of voice I was expecting for Zayn.
Okay. Do you guys want to have a proper conversation or just,
No, we good.
sit
Let's
here,
just
curse and
Yeah.
insult the religion?
No, we
Because
want to have
there's
a proper
difference, right?
conversation. But James, did you not see this lady's profile
No,
picture?
sir.
Looks like she's got a hijab on there.
Yeah, that's why I
That
was
kind of,
confused.
to me, looks female.
Yeah, no, that's why I thought Zayn is normally, but it's okay. We good. So here's the question for you. In Islam,
I do have a question to Chris real quick because he just commented on my hijab. Why did you assume that I was only a Muslim when the Bible itself tells Christian women to cover, their hair like us? So I don't understand why you guys always connect hijab with just Islam while Bible itself says cover your hair. Not even in the church, by the way, before you guys say in the church. No, you think the Bible actually says that you have to cover your hair, and if you don't, it's better to shave your head. Oopsie.
Is that what it said?
Have you not read the
Is
Bible?
that the only? Is that the only thing it says in the Bible?
Have you not read the? Well, I mean, there's a lot of things, but Bible
Well,
does not
I've read.
allow
I've read the
Christian women
Bible.
to divorce.
I've read the Bible, ma'am. I'm wondering if wondering if you've read the Bible, because what is the covering? What is the covering in the Bible that the Bible says that women already have?
Chris, don't get emotional. We're having a conversation. Let me finish, then you talk. Okay? Don't get emotional.
No, I'm good. See, when a Muslima comes up here and thinks that she knows the Bible, but quotes a verse out of context and doesn't really know what she's speaking about, that's about the time the Muslima doesn't get to stay up here. Because the topic is on Islam, not Christianity. And yes, you being a Muslim woman, you should be wearing your hijab because your Muslim men cannot control themselves. That's the reason why you have a hijab on. Because Muslim men, as soon as they see a little bit of skin, they go crazy, and it's your fault if they attack you. So that's why you have to wear a hijab. That's your God that said this, and that's your religion. It's different when it comes to Christianity because the men of Christianity can control themselves where the men of Islam cannot.
boom, shakalaka, checkmate. So, guys, if when you come up and you want to be like Zayn, unfortunately, the thing is, try not to be condescending because there's no need for it. There's no need. Oh, you're afraid. Let me talk. All that nonsense. It doesn't work with us. We've been doing this for way too long.
Okay, me again. Don't drop me down. Okay.
No, it's okay.
Let's
just focus.
Man up.
Zayn,
when people are answering you, you don't get to speak over top
you don't
of them.
interrupt when people are answering.
You're doing that again,
Zayn. Not teach you that?
Zayn, it's okay. Just stop for a second. Stop for a second. If you're going to ask a question, and if Chris is, talking to you, then do me a favor. Please try to listen. Because you might actually learn. Because again, you think you know something.
Let me finish, right? Like
again, I'm talking now. Just 1 second.
But I was talking first, right?
I don't really care. The thing is, you
I don't
think you
care
have the answer.
I don't care who's talking. You guys are just obsessed with.
See that again? You wouldn't shut up because this was a Muslim life. This is why Muslims are allowed to 4:30 for their woman. 4:30 for their man, not with a miswak like Muhammad. No, in the chest, dunk, kedunken. Because they don't listen. This is why Muslims are allowed to. We give them the opportunity to speak, and we can walk away. But it's okay. Amin promised me, man, he's going to be busy today.
Oh man, where does she go?
Do come back.
I was sneaking on YouTube watching her live, and she came up and just pissed me off, man. I had to. Oh my god, man, this live is so addicting, dude. It's so bad.
It is.
I wanted to.
Go ahead, Amin. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, man, you go ahead. You were speaking.
Dude, she just triggered me, bro. I just wanted her to come back up. If she's still listening, the verse, 1 Corinthians 11, verse 15, that's the covering. Her hair is her covering. Sorry, guys, give me a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what you call that.
Fat man. You know what? You guys, I'm gonna make a law right now. You come to my live, if you can't greet me, then you just drop. Please, if you can't walk in and greet the room, then leave like your Allah says, Because your Allah says don't greet them, but I'm bigger, stronger, greater than Allah. I'm telling you, if you can't come to my live and greet me, then please walk on by. Is that clear, Fat Man?
There you go, Fat Man. Thank you. So as I said before, this lady
Yes,
come up
sir.
and she was
I'm
talking
sorry.
about a head covering and women of Christianity. So my question to her was, have you read the Bible? What is that covering that the women have already? That's exactly what I said to her. And she wanted to just keep talking and talking and talking, saying that I'm interrupting her and this and that. The problem is that when you have a conversation, when somebody won't shut up, you can't have a conversation. So just as Amin said, I was waiting for her to slow down so that I could say, go to 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 15, and let's see what this covering is that the women are already given that they have. But of course, she wanted to show that Allah was right, Muhammad was right, and that these women are half-brains.
So this covering, guys in the chat that are listening, doesn't only mean a cloth, but it also can refer to the woman's hair. Remember that, the woman's hair. How can we say this? Where do we go? Chris just gave you the example. It says that if you go to 1 Corinthians 11, 14, and 15, it covers that because the woman, her hair is her glory. It's given to her as a covering. But because she's a Muslim, it's okay. Anyway, no, Zayn, it's because you're stupid. You don't know how to have a conversation. So because you made Allah, tell us that women are as like you, beautiful. So I've got Yasin and Fat Man. The topic is, who is the Shaitan of Islam? So, you know what,
I
Zayn?
Is Patan, right? Or Payton, if you'd mean.
Hang on, brother. Let me ask the question like this. Watch this. Can you tell me, Yasin and Fat Man? Fat Man, are you a Muslim?
I just had one question for you, James.
Are you a
I'm so
Muslim,
sorry
brother?
that I came in here.
No worries. Are you a Muslim?
No.
No. Okay. So what would you like to ask?
I just want to give one question. I listen to you live all day long. It's really good. I love the way you are trying to explain the Christianity to the Muslims. But
No,
I think that Allah knew that Muhammad was coming, so he told them to put the thing over their face, for he doesn't look at little girls anymore. That's my understanding.
No worries, bro. Let me just stick to the conversation over here.
Yeah, I just God knew that
Maybe-
this man was a pedophile, so he put.
Yeah. You come using
But
those
you
words.
guys stop. Like, if you are simply coming up here to try to get James blocked, I will ban and block each and every one of you from now on. Fat Man, you are not a Christian to speak the way you are on this stage on a Christian panel. If you're truly Christian, you need to repent for what you had just done, and you need to be more Christian-like, man.
Okay, Yasin. In fact, let me bring up Naz as well, because he likes to create. Guys, I just want to say this as
Hello,
well.
mate.
YouTube,
I'm greeting myself. How you
can
doing?
you just be quiet, man? Just wait 1 second. Dude, don't just walk in and expect to get your muta coupon. Just hang on a second. Guys, the live is on YouTube. It's the Agents 007 on YouTube. Please subscribe, watch, rewatch, take notes, make notes, and share this with everyone. Scott A said, I love my brothers and sisters, peace and love. God bless you. That was from a super chat on YouTube. Just to say thank you for that as well.
Hey,
Please, guys,
Salam Mama C, the big brother Scott in the building over there on YouTube.
Amen. So guys, please as well, go into the YouTube, subscribe, like, follow, share, comment. One Way Apologetics, Chris Claus as well. Please, guys, go there as well. He wants to be going to get into 10,000. Is a cubit away. Question for Yasin and Naz. What is the job of Shaitan? What is the job of Satan?
It's to trick people, deceive them, lead them astray, take them away from what they currently know.
Okay.
Show them everything and make it look right.
Beautiful. Naz, what do you say?
I have a different opinion, but let him finish.
No, he's done. Go on, your turn.
Hey, Naz, are you a Christian or a Muslim?
I'm Muslim. I wouldn't believe in
Okay,
a
go
God
ahead.
that allows grape.
Yeah.
I would
Anyway,
never
anyway,
believe.
Naz, be careful because I will drop you faster than you can blink.
I
So
don't
be
care. I
careful.
wouldn't believe in a God that does grape. I wouldn't
Yeah.
believe in a God.
Yeah. Take care, my man. Stick it up your
Hey, watch your
nostril.
head. Watch your head, man.
Just remember, guys, we got low ceilings and high floors. So just watch your head as you step on out. Okay, so the job of Satan, I just want to bring up, okay, there we go. Someone else did. So,
Hi, man.
Yassin, do I agree with you? Let me ask Ganges. Can you tell me, you're Muslim?
I'm a Muslim, yes.
Okay, what is the job of Satan?
To deceive you.
To deceive me.
Yes.
That's it. And when you deceive someone, what happens to them? They go astray, correct?
Then you lost joy, you lost righteousness, you lost everything. You lost your
So
soul.
when you deceived, you are led astray, correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, for you, Ganges, who is it that pushes hatred and hostility in us? Who makes us? Who fills us with hatred and hostility?
Who think they crucify Jesus Christ?
Thanks for coming, bro. Yassin, who is it that fills us with hatred and enmity, hostility?
That's Satan.
That's Satan. Beautiful.
If
Yassin,
you
you told
yes,
me
it
that
does.
Satan leads people astray.
From anyway.
I can't hear you, brother.
So if you want to indirectly, well, he is a way of it being happening, and he's approved of it. He didn't stop it; he let it happen.
Yassin, you've got a
He
bad
let the black
connection
magic.
today, dude. Hey, Yassin, you got a bad connection today. Can you hear me? Yassin, can you hear me? Or maybe he's just got a bad connection because I'm struggling to hear him. Let's see if Juko wants to try again.
All right.
Gonna be a little bit better, Juko.
Chris, you told somebody to stop saying
Can you
bad
focus
things.
on me? Focus on me. Focus on me. We're not listen to my topic. I'm asking the simple question. What is the job of Satan?
Why can't you just wait? Why are you rushing people so much?
Told you guys, I have Allah powers in this room. I got Allah powers in this room. Don't you dare come up and disrespect on my panel. I have a topic, guys. For those that are requesting, I have a topic. If you want to engage in the topic, you're more than welcome. My question is, what is the job of Satan? It's a simple one. It shouldn't be hard. Let's see if Ganges want to just try again this time.
Kick me, man.
Yeah, because you're not paying attention. Try to flow.
It proves you are weak, man.
Okay, anyway, what is the job of Satan?
Can I ask you 3 questions, please?
What is the job of Satan, bro?
Okay, can I ask you 3 questions, please?
Yeah, send right in the
Why
chats.
do Muslims think that they get to come up on a Christian stage, change the title, and ask questions off topic? I don't understand that. What gives them the ability that they think they're able to do this?
Juko, you want to try again? Can you tell me what is the job of Satan?
I'll answer your question first. Okay, can I ask a question after though, too?
Dude, please focus. What is the job of Satan?
Did you have a dad growing up?
At least my dad is not my mom's cousin, right? At least my dad is not my wife's cousin. And guess what?
Well,
my mom was older than your
something,
mom, I'm
you
sure.
would
And
pick me.
again, my mom wasn't a little child like Muhammad jumped, okay?
Well, just think about it for a second. He asked you if you had a dad growing up, and of course you did. But my question would be, did Muhammad have a dad when he was growing up? Because James, didn't Muhammad's dad die 4 years before Muhammad was born?
And when he came out, she was like, it took me 4 years to find your dad. Here's your dad.
Hey, We're questioning and people's dads, and I want to question Muhammad's dad. That's all.
So I sent you an invite where you requested. I said,
this is that guy that was up here before him. I am not sitting up here saying the P word on a Christian live, trying to get the Christian lives shut down. That is what you did. That is not what I'm doing.
Guys, instead of trying to be all these warriors and stuff, just please come on up. Please come on up. I'm asking you guys, I'm trying to have a conversation so that we can have these conversations. And maybe you guys can do dawah, you know. If you're not a Muslim, I want Muslims only. If you are not Muslim, I am dropping you. So that we can have these conversations. Who keeps bringing up Juko? Juko, what have you got to add, bro?
If you won't let me get it out, that's the problem. I can't even get it out.
That's what I.
All right, so we'll give you 30 seconds. It better be on topic. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So when you said somebody said the
30 seconds in the audience. Nah, you don't get 30 seconds up on this stage. I thought you might have liked that, Amin.
That's funny. Hey James, I gotta be honest with you, man. Scraping the bottom of the barrel today.
It must be, man. It must be.
Did you have word up here like when you first opened up your live, James?
Dude, it's funny. It's funny. I see word in the comments. I mean, in the viewers right now, bro. I know he's here. I know you're here, bro. I can see you.
Oh my Lord. Please, guys, be Muslim if you request. Please be a Muslim to come up. Okay, Tony. Man, we got so many people now. Kat, are you there?
Hey, hello.
Hello, Tony. 1 second. 1 second, Tony. Kat came up first. Kat, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just heard what you said. I've got to be a Muslim.
Yes, sir.
To come up. I'm not,
please.
I'm not a Muslim. Sorry.
No worries, my brother. God bless you. Thank you for coming up. Tony, you're a Muslim, correct?
I'm a Muslim, alhamdulillah, and I'm happy that I'm Muslim and that I'm not worship a human being.
Brilliant.
Like,
brilliant.
like,
but you, okay, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, listen, you worship a stone. It's okay. Just hang on. Muslim Hive. Can I ask both of you the same question, and you can decide who's going to answer first? What is the job of Satan?
The job from Satan is to bring you in an illusion, like lie, to do something bad, not to pray to God, not to think for God, just to live in this world like a devil, like him.
Okay, so so Muslim Hive, can you help him or add to anything he said?
Why you say what are you saying? We hide Muslim hide?
Tony, hang on. Sit quietly now. You had your chance. Just 1 second, please. Muslim Hive.
Okay, so the response to your question is in the Quran when Iblis is the name of the biggest Shaytan. He said to Allah when he was being thrown out of the heaven, he said his main goal. So his main goal is mentioned in the Quran, which says, "Oh my Lord." So he's still talking about God, Allah. He said, "Oh my Lord, because you misled me, I shall indeed adorn the path of error for mankind on earth, and I shall mislead them all." He is evil, mislead, and corrupt.
So who is the one that according to the verse you just read, who is the one that misled Shaitan, Iblis?
So he said that God misled him.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it true or not true?
Not true.
Why would he say that then?
What?
I can answer that as well. He said that because when Adam, in the same land he was, which is the heavens, say, Adam was there, Iblis was there. When Adam caused an error, which is eating the apple from the tree, he didn't blame God. He said, I went astray. But Iblis, the Shaitan, when he made a mistake, which was not obeying the order of Allah, which was bow down to Adam, he blamed God. That's Satan.
James,
he blames other people.
James, I'm sorry, man, but I might have to drop, bro, because every time they say something, it's like it's like we have to teach them that what they're saying is not true.
Did this guy just say that Iblis didn't bow down or didn't commit idolatry, so therefore was punished? Is that what he's basically telling us?
Well,
He
let's
said
go
so
there.
much.
I
I
know.
can explain
He
that to
said,
you if you want me to.
can you show me first? Does it talk about him eating an apple in the Quran? He was going to eat an apple from the tree. See,
Adam,
you said
yes.
a lot. So hang on. Let's just move
Yes.
to the main thing. So Iblis was punished for not bowing down to Adam, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Was he asked to bow down to Adam?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the people in the chats, is Iblis an angel or is Iblis a jinn?
He was a jinn.
Jinn.
Or he
Okay.
is a jinn. Yes.
He is a jinn. When
Yes.
Allah asked them to bow, who
Yeah.
did Allah speak to?
To the angels.
All of the angels and jinn who were there, because jinn at that time was
Can you give me
so.
the verse? Can you give me a verse where it says all the angels and all the jinns? Where do I
can
go
find
to
that for you.
find
So
that?
it was right before this verse, the one I mentioned, in
Yeah.
which it says.
That's Surah
so,
1539. That's Surah 1539, the one you mentioned.
yeah, it's actually mentioned in 2252 as well. It's mentioned in quite a few
Yeah,
places.
just give me the verse. Show me the verse where it said that he was asked the angels and the jinn to prostrate.
Can you give me half a minute and I can find it for you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure. You can take a
Can
full
I-
minute if you need.
Can I
Muslim Hive.
speak then in the moment?
Yeah.
when
In the
he's
meantime,
looking-
Tony, can you tell me, Tony,
Okay.
do you agree with what Muslim Hive said so far?
I heard you what you say. My Muslim brother, he just looking for you, and he will ask your question. So I think you are a Christian. Yes. So if you look in Luke 4:9, how is
Hang
it
on a second.
No,
that,
dude.
Tony,
Jesus,
No,
that Shaitan,
dude.
Tony,
No.
he take
Tony.
his
Tony, focus, bro. We've got a
you're
topic.
scared to
We are not scared of you, Tony. In fact, what I'm scared of is the jinn that's in you. I'm asking you to please focus on the topic since we have a topic. Are you okay with that or not?
devil is stronger than your God. Yahweh.
I've got the verse here
beautiful.
if you want it.
Say again, Muslim Hive.
I've got the verse here if you want it.
What's the verse number, please?
So it's the second chapter of the Quran, which is Surah Baqarah, verse number 34. In that it
234.
says, yeah, verse number 34. So
Yeah.
chapter 2, verse 34.
Beautiful.
And it
Let me
says,
put on
and
the screen
remember,
for you. Hang on, let me put on
Yeah,
the
you
screen
can.
just for those that don't know, because then people don't say that I'm or you are lying. So 234 Al-Baqarah, the cow, says,
Yes.
and when we said to the angels, bow yourselves to Adam, so they bowed themselves, save Iblis. He refused and waxed proud, and so he became one of the unbelievers. Correct?
Unfaithful. Yes, that's right. Different translations, but you're right. Yes.
Unfaithful, disobedient. There's lots
Yeah.
of translations. So let's just start again. Let's start right at the start. And we said to the angels, is Iblis an angel?
No, I've got a response to that. If you give me 10
Well,
seconds, I can
hang on a
tell you.
second. Before I know you guys have responses to everything.
Yeah.
But before we get there, you'll say it in a second. If I said in this room right now, all Christians mute or leave the live, would you leave the live?
No, I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because you've asked for them, but the way God asks, He has other meanings as well.
Hang on. Don't go to God now. I'm asking me.
Okay.
If I said Christians leave, you wouldn't leave because you're not a Christian, you're a Muslim, correct?
Yeah.
So when the angels were asked to prostrate, did it include the jinns?
Only
You said the angels and the jinns. Nowhere
Yes.
does it say the angels and the jinns, because Iblis was a jinn, correct?
That's correct. And by jinn, when I said
So go
jinn,
on
I
then.
meant only Iblis. Yes.
Yeah, go on.
So jinn, because of his, like, how good he was in his worship, in his obedience, God has raised his levels, and He got him to accompany the angels. And at that time,
Where do I find that? Where do I find that? I'm sorry to
that's
stop
through the
you, but
ahadith we have been told, through the narrations we have been told. I won't be able to find you the exact narration, but that is the
Okay.
teaching we have through our ahadith.
okay, I've never heard that and I've never seen that. So you saying that he was elevated to the status of an angel?
accompany angels, not the status,
Accompany,
but to be
okay.
around the angels.
Okay, that's new. Never heard that one before. But go on. So,
well, just a second though, James. Allah's all-knowing, right? Muslim Hive.
Yeah.
So you're saying that Allah, even though He's all-knowing and knew exactly what Iblis was going to do, still raised him up to the level of the angels?
Yes, of course. I can
Why
answer
would he
that
do
if you give me
that?
15 seconds. There's an answer to that in 15 seconds.
My question, just a second. I'm going to ask a question. I'll let you answer it.
Yeah.
So, if Allah raised Iblis up to the level of angels, knowing he was not going to bow down to Adam, was it not Allah's fault?
No, it wasn't. I can respond to that if you give me a chance. So there's one of the responses is that when God created Adam and he was going to create humanity, when he was about to create the humanity, angels said to God, "Oh God, why are you creating Adam? Why are you creating mankind? We are worshiping you. We do everything. And the mankind is going to cause so much corruption on the planet Earth." God said to
He's
the
going to be
angels,
the vice regent on Earth.
Yeah, God said to the angels, "You don't know what I know," because he knew that mankind, yes, they're going to do wrong with that, but they're going to repent. God loves those who repent.
Yeah, we're talking
Iblis
about
made a
Adam.
mistake. Iblis made
Muslim
a mistake.
Hive.
Yeah,
Muslim Hive.
yeah,
We're talking
yeah.
about Adam.
Yeah.
And my question was on Iblis.
Yeah.
So can you answer for Iblis? Why did Allah raise him up to the level of an angel, knowing he wasn't going to bow to Adam?
So yes,
because
he
he
did know
knew
that,
that, right?
he had an open option. He had an open choice. He gave him that option. But it was his personal choice, Iblis's personal choice. It's not, see, it's like God knew that a war is going to take place. If he knew that, he could stop that. Why didn't he stop that? We can ask those questions, but the wisdom God has, no one else has.
No, but it's almost like Muslim Hive. I want to give you a little example here so you understand my question.
Yeah.
So it would be like me telling James, I don't want you to eat candy for a whole week. Okay, so that's I'm putting that rule upon him, right? But then I take James to the candy store and I leave him in the candy store and I walk away from the candy store.
Yeah.
And James partakes in the candy.
Yeah.
Was it my fault that James partook in the candy because I took him to the spot where he was able to do that? Wasn't that my fault for taking him there?
I know exactly. What if you change your example to the marshmallow test? You know about the marshmallow test, right? Where the marshmallows were placed in front of the
I like
kids?
my example. I just like my example. Can we use my example?
Okay, so let's stick with your example. So what if you had the intention, you want to test him? If you take him to the candy shop, is he going to listen to you or not? If he doesn't listen to you, he's failed. But if he listens to you, you know that he respects you.
But
keeps your word.
But in this scenario, while I'm taking him to the candy store, I know he's going to have the candy when he gets there. I know this.
Again, do you really? Maybe 99% yes, you do. There could be a 1% you could think that maybe he might not.
So Allah only knew 99%.
No, I'm not
he's
saying
not
that. I'm sticking to your example.
Good
I'm
job.
sorry. I'm sticking to your example. No, I didn't say that.
Let's just get back to this. So watch this now, man. I'm still trying to find anywhere the hadith that you said he was upgraded to semi-angel or to angel. I didn't find it.
Yeah.
While you were talking. So do me a favor.
So I can try to find it. I won't be able to find it right now. But can I respond to what the other gentleman was saying? Because he's saying, why did God let Iblis do that when he knew that he was going to make a mistake? God knew what was going to come after Adam going down, after Iblis making a mistake, after mankind being created.
That's not just my mistakes. No, sir. That wasn't my question.
Yeah.
My question was God knowing Iblis wasn't going to bow down to Adam.
Yeah.
Why did he raise him up to the status and put him in front of the thing that he wasn't going to do?
So the short answer to that is, up to that time, he was really good. He was obeying God, and because of that, he got rewarded for the good that he had done up to that time. And after that, when he made the mistake of not obeying God, of that prostration, and that prostration wasn't the prostration that we give to God. That was a prostration, a command from Allah only for
So
Adam.
in heaven, when it's the angels and the jinn, Iblis is the only one there.
Yes.
Who is the only one in that whole area that has free will?
All of the angels. So that's a very technical
The
question.
angels don't
I'm sorry.
have free will.
Yeah. Angels didn't have that much free will that jinn had. No, they didn't have that free will. Angels do what God says.
Whoa, stop.
Yeah.
You're lying now. Angels do not have free will.
No, they don't.
Islam.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
And jinn do, right?
Yes, jinn do. Yes.
So now I'm going to paint this scenario for you, because this is what I see. So what I see now is I see Allah taking Iblis somewhere where everyone was going to bow because they had to. They are forced to, basically, because of that's the only thing they know to do, is to follow what they're said. Right? They have no free will. So they were going to bow either way.
Yeah,
right?
to give
No
respect
doubt
to
about
Adam,
it.
yes.
Iblis
There's a reason
is
for
the
that, though.
only one. Iblis is the only one that had the ability to not bow. But Allah knew he wasn't going to do it, but Allah still raised him up to that spot and put him with the group that had no other choice but to bow.
But there's,
That's
you know what,
setting him
there's a
up for
small
failure,
difference
man.
you will accept as well. There's a small difference you will accept. God knowing and God causing him to do wrong. Do you believe there's a difference in that?
But he did cause him to do it.
No. Please be honest with yourself and answer this, what I'm asking you. Can I ask one more time? God knowing he's going to do wrong. Okay, like the example you gave. You took your friend to the candy shop. You took him there knowing that he might buy it.
As soon as I took him to the candy store, knowing what was going to happen, it was my fault because I took him there.
No, but there's a difference in you making him buy it. Did you give him the money, buy this right now? Did you do that to him? Or is that different from knowing that he will buy it himself?
I made him do it because I took him to that spot, and everybody else is doing this thing that he's not allowed to do. Right?
Okay. Let's stick to the main thing then, because this is a bit of this we can go back and forth.
I'll show you this. Watch this, Muslim. I understand what you're saying. There's a difference between knowing where someone is going and taking them there or sending them there, correct? Okay, now what?
No, knowing and making person do. That's my question.
Just one second. You said something about prostrating, right? So you agree now that the angels were asked to prostrate to Adam, right?
Yes.
Beautiful. I want to show you something. In the Quran, it tells us, the Quran, that you cannot prostrate to anything other than Allah, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it says, and of his signs, Surah 41:37, and of his signs are day and night and the sun and the moon. Bow not, prostrate not yourselves to the sun and the moon, but prostrate yourselves to Allah who created them.
Correct.
Now, before we go on, just let me land with this. So in this verse, it's telling you clearly that prostration is for Allah alone, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Who is he talking to? Who is he talking to?
Doesn't matter. Does it matter?
It does. I'm sorry. Yes, it does.
Okay.
Please
So
be honest with yourselves.
Okay, that's okay, bro. We are honest. Muslims are
no. Then you have to be honest and say he's talking to mankind.
Okay. Is he? Okay, he's talking to mankind. So
yes,
he's not talking to creation. He's only talking to mankind.
No, he's not talking to angels as he was at that time. He's talking to mankind.
Where do you see that? Hang on. Where do you see that in the verse? Let's go back to see. I'll go as far back as you want. Show me where it says this is only for mankind.
So tell me which surah is he and what number?
I mean, Surah 41:37.
Surah 41.
Wait, what's wrong with that verse?
Hello, Amira.
Hi.
So the question to you is prostration only for Allah who created them, or is prostration for anything outside or in creation?
It's for Allah. It's for Allah.
Okay. Does that include the angels and the jinns?
Yes, we're not allowed to prostrate to them.
Okay, no,
We are
not
not
you.
correct.
I'm saying, does the angels and the jinn also have to prostrate to Allah alone?
Yes.
Well, hang on. Now you're contradicting Muslim Hive.
And
He said
nowhere
that
does it
doesn't
mention.
include them.
Wait, hold on. Nowhere does it mention that. But what do you have? Do you have a problem with God telling the angels to prostrate to Adam?
We'll see. Watch this. Watch this now. Surah 41:37 tells us prostration is for Allah alone. Let's go to Surah 16. Another verse tells us in Surah 16:48 and 49 says, go 50, 48 says, have they not regarded all things that God has created, casting their shadows to the right and to the left of them, to the left, prostrating themselves before God in all lowliness. To God, to Allah prostrates everything in the heavens and every creature crawling on earth and the angels. They have not waxed proud. Do you see that, Muslim Hive?
Yes, I do, James, but you are mistaken.
So hang on
You
a
are
second.
ignoring
Hang on,
the other
hang on, bro.
verse.
Let me just read again.
Wait 1 second. Go ahead.
According to this verse, is prostration for every creature in heaven and on earth.
Yes, absolutely.
After that one time,
Wait,
after
no,
the
no,
one
no,
single
wait,
time ever.
Wait, hold on. Yes, what's the issue?
Well, hang on. He's
saying that because God made Iblis and angels bow down to Adam, he's saying, oh, why did they bow down to Adam? When in other verses it says, oh, you only bow down to Allah. He's not realizing there was one time incident, and after that,
he disagrees with you. Don't say he. Don't say he. She disagrees with you.
What he doesn't understand is God telling the angels to prostrate to Adam was an act of worship. Why? Because God is telling you to do it. So by doing so, you're worshiping God. You're showing obedience to God.
So can you worship? Can you worship God if God tells you to? I'm almost done. Can you worship God if God tells you to commit idolatry?
God wouldn't.
He won't
tell
tell
me
us to do that.
He wouldn't tell me that.
But
so when you bow down to something that is not God, what is that?
We don't.
When God is telling the angels,
can somebody just answer my question?
By them
what
doing
is
so
it
is
when you bow
obedience to
down?
God.
What is it when you bow down to something that is not God? What is that word called?
This is God telling the angels to do so. So
this
by
is where my
doing
point
so,
is.
they're
So watch
actively
this. Watch this,
worshiping God.
Amira. I haven't.
So God's commanding idolatry. Okay.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
God is.
Chris has a
they're
point. Amira,
worshiping
hang on a
God
second.
by
Hang on.
prostrating
Amira,
Adam.
1 second. Notice now what just happened, right? And Chris is spot on. The angels were told to prostrate, and Iblis is not an angel. Iblis is a jinn. So he didn't prostrate to man because he knows, according to the Quran teaches that you prostrate to Allah alone. Prostration belongs to Allah. Hang on, please, let me land. Please, let me land. The reason I'm bringing this up, in Surah 7:12, it tells you that if anyone asks you to prostrate, it is coming from Satan. Look what it says. It says, what prevented you from, 7:12? No, my mistake, 1 second. Sorry, 27, my mistake, 27, not 7, 27. 27, let's go to 24. Watch what happens now, right? It says, I found her and her people prostrating to the sun instead of Allah, and Satan has made their deeds pleasing to them. Satan makes it seem fair. Satan makes their deeds seem fair. So it's telling you in this verse, let's go to the next one. It says, so that they worship not Allah. So in this verse, 27, 24, and 25 tells you, if anyone prostrates to anything other than Allah, if you are told to prostrate to anything other than Allah, it comes from Satan. So please do me
So
a favor,
how
both
does
of
that
you.
link
Read the
with
verse.
Allah
Hang
asking?
on, Muslim Hive. Read the verse for yourself. You have a Quran with you. Surah 27, 24, and 25, and goes to 26 says that those who prostrate to anything other than Allah are misguided by Satan himself.
James, you're
Satan
100%
himself.
right. Why aren't you accepting
So
it?
hang
We
on.
are
So
agreeing
listen
with
now then.
everything
Hang
you're
on.
saying.
Hang on. You just told me that Allah told the angels to prostrate to something that's not
That's
Allah.
completely two different
This
scenarios. Why
verse,
can't you
hang
accept
on,
that?
hang on, Muslim Hive. I'm giving you Quran verses. You giving me something from
Yes.
your feelings. Give
No,
me a
I'm not.
Quran verse that contradicts or shows me that I'm wrong. Please stop talking. One more time.
Okay. Okay.
The Quran tells us that Allah asked the angels to prostrate to someone that is not Allah. Correct?
Okay.
This verse 27, 24, 25, 26, 27 says that the only one that will ask you to prostrate to someone that's not Allah is Satan himself.
Okay, I know what you're trying to do. Very clever of you. That's fine, but you are just not accepting our translation to this. Our explanation. You're trying to contradict the two. There is no
Can you tell me
contradiction
what I've
whatsoever.
contradicted? Dude, listen. Show me what I
So
said.
you don't let me
that
talk
is
when
wrong.
I tell you, when I give you the answer. I do respect you and I let you
No,
say
but
everything.
no, listen.
Please
Listen.
give
So
me the
all that
respect.
nonsense, just keep all that crap to yourself. Listen carefully. Go to the Quran.
Okay, come on. You're
read
disrespecting me now.
20
I'm
listen
respecting
to
you.
me.
You're
Listen.
disrespecting me.
Get your Quran. Read 27 and then go to 24 to 26 and tell me what it says. Who is the one that will make you prostrate to someone that's not Allah? Watch this. When Muhammad prostrated to Al-At, Al-Usa, and Manat, who is the one that made him prostrate to someone that was other than Allah?
Allah and Uzza, those were idols in this world, and that was Satan, as he promised to Allah that I'm going to misguide you people and I'm going to make them ungrateful. He was causing them people. But what you are not accepting, and you keep on interrupting me, and you're not accepting that one single time ever in the entire time ever, the bow down to anyone other than Allah was that one single event when God told all of the angels and Iblis to bow down to Adam. Everyone did except for Iblis. And the reason why he didn't as well, he says that after result. Why didn't I bow down to Adam? Do you know what his reason was? Hopefully you've read that as well.
I can't get over this. You're like, well, it's not really idolatry. It only happened once.
Okay.
So if you
just like Amir was saying, if it's a command of Allah, it's worship.
Like I just started
Allah,
speaking
right?
and you both jump right off your mic.
Okay.
So this is I don't like this answer. Oh, it only happened one time, so therefore it's not idolatry, and Allah commanded it, said therefore it's cool. This one-time argument does not work, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
If you had relations with a man one time, does that still mean
you're comparing
that
mankind to God? I'm sorry. You're
but
comparing
if you
mankind
still
to
had
God.
it, if you did it one time, you still did it.
Chris,
even
you're
if it
comparing
happened
mankind
one
to God.
time, even if it happened one time, they still did it.
Bro,
Chris, you are comparing
you are not
mankind to God.
understanding- Wait, you are not First, you don't even understand the context of this verse. When God is telling the angels to prostrate to Adam, it wasn't an act of worship. He wasn't telling them to worship. It was just an expression of honor
Exactly.
for them to
let's see if
recognize.
that's true.
Wait, let me finish. For them to recognize Adam's just like he's the first creation. He is the chosen representative of Allah on earth. So it was
this in paradise? Was this in paradise or on earth?
Let me finish answering, dude.
Because this is going to be
I'm not
important.
gonna answer your questions because I need to finish.
If Adam is being prostrated to in heaven, now you're going to have to define how this is not worship in heaven.
It wasn't though. It's not worship. The angels did not.
Just saying it's not isn't an answer.
But watch
well,
this,
you have
guys.
to understand
Watch
the context
this.
of the verse. You don't even understand the context.
Amira,
because
is worship,
wait, hold
is
on.
prostration
Can I say one
part
thing,
of worship?
brother? One thing, please.
Hang on.
Please,
Is prostration part of worship?
Dude, give me 1 second. Let me explain.
Yeah, but I'm asking you: is prostration associated with worship?
But in this context, it isn't.
Okay, so now you notice how you're trying to make it work, because look what it says.
In this context, it's not.
Surah 7:206 says, "Indeed, those who are near to your Lord are not prevented by arrogance. From his worship, they exalt him, and to him they prostrate. So
Yes.
prostrate and worship go hand in hand. And
Yeah,
when
in this
Iblis,
context, yes,
when
sure.
Iblis obeyed Allah by not worshiping to
No, he
man, to
disobeyed
a
Allah by not.
created being, he did nothing wrong.
James, can you give me can you just let me say one single thing? Sorry, Amira, I just want to say one example, please. Please allow me 20 seconds. Okay, you haven't, I'm sorry for using the term, you have the act of sex. If a man
Muslim Hive, Surah 12, Ayat 100. What does that say? Do you have Quran with you?
I just saw that, Chris. Let's go there.
Because you just said this happened one time. I love my brother Jay from J and DOC. Salam alaikum to you, brother. God bless you and your wife. I hope that everything's going well with you guys. I'm waiting for your next live stream. Yesterday's was fire.
Okay, let's see.
So again, we'll go to Surah 12, 100.
Yeah.
And you said that people only prostrated one time other than Allah. Go ahead, James. What does it say?
It says, and he raised his parents upon the throne, and they bowed to him in prostration. And he said, oh, my father, this is the explanation of my vision. Oh, sorry, let me put on the screen. One second. I thought it was on the screen. My mistake. There we go. So this is again, so 12, 100. Right? I'll just go to Sahih Intel since you guys like that. And he raised his parents upon the throne, and they bowed to him in prostration. Now, I'm dying to know who you guys are going to tell me this is and how it happened a second time. So, and he said, oh, my father, this is the explanation of my vision of before. My Lord has made it reality. And he was certainly good to me when he took me out of prison and brought you there, here from the Bedouin life, after Satan had induced estranglement between me and my brothers. Indeed, my Lord is subtle in what he wills. Indeed, it is he who is knowing, the wise. So, according to this verse, Muslim Hive, and you know when you said only happened once, if your wife cheated on you once, she still cheated, correct? It happened. But anyway, moving on. According to this verse, can you tell me? Can you explain this verse, please? 12:100.
Guys, you don't want to listen. You just force your opinions on everyone who's listening
Dr. Phil,
to
if you don't want to answer, just mute up.
Man, I've missed
You
everything. I've
literally,
been gone for like 20 minutes.
Muslim Hive, you literally said that prostrating to other than Allah only happened one time to Adam, and that was your excuse. So we showed you Surah 12, 100. Can you admit that somebody is prostrating to someone who is not Allah in this verse?
Dude, you're asking us about our book and you're not allowing
I'm
us
asking
to
Muslim Hive
explain
to
it.
clarify what he said before.
You're not
you.
allowing him to explain it. It's your problem.
So now we have two instances when he said it was a one-time thing, and there's other instances like the story of John prostrating to Jesus in his mom's womb. It's not just a one-off thing.
So, Amira, would you like to address anything we've said so far? You agreed with me at the start, right?
Hey,
That
just
prostration
just
is
wait,
Allah
James. Just wait, James. Nope, just wait. Muslim Hive, you stated that the prostration to Allah only happened one other time. Are you willing to say that you are wrong now because you just saw the evidence? I need an answer to this, Muslim Hive.
If you allow me to talk, soon as I start talking, you mute me. You guys force your opinions on me. How are you ever going to
Can we
understand
have an
anything,
answer,
my mates?
please?
Just give us
You
the
don't
answer.
know. You don't. No, you don't accept my answers. You guys are very disrespectful.
Can
I'm
you
giving you
answer?
so much
So you're not
respect.
going to answer.
You guys are being disrespectful.
You're just hold on a
Have a
second.
conversation.
You're just mad because we're not allowing you to just say anything. We're holding you to what it is that you said. Don't get mad at us.
Notice the coat. It was
Okay, so James, you asked me
Amira, did he not just pull out the victim card when he said it was a one-off thing, and then we showed that, well, here's 2 instances. Then he pulled out the victim card and ran away.
When have I ever said that? What are you
Not
talking
you,
about?
him, not you.
Not him, or not you, him.
Okay, so since we're talking about this specific topic, right, about angels prostrating to Adam, I just explained to you that it was a special one-time command. It wasn't an act of worship. It was just an expression of honor.
Did
and
he just show 2
recognition
times?
of- Why are you interrupting me?
Because we just showed it that again.
He just showed you a second thing, and then you said it's one time again. What is wrong with you guys?
Where did you show it?
Oh my gosh.
Can you show the
You
verse?
guys are bewitched like your prophet. You're imagining and supposing that you're involved in this conversation, and you're not.
And you got slapped.
You thought you were here, and you were somewhere else.
By the Romans.
Good grief. He
Amira.
showed you 2 instances, and now you're still saying it's a one-time thing.
Travisly, are you gonna be respectful?
Amira, just focus. Forget about all that. Please, guys, stick to the bloody subject, Amira. What is wrong with you guys, man? It's a
I'm
simple
sticking to the
question.
subject.
It's a simple question. We showed you twice it happened. Twice
Show me
now.
the second verse. Go ahead.
12:100. Open your Quran to Surah 12:100.
Where were you at when he showed it on the screen?
Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, okay.
You were talking.
Thanks. So why don't you be respectful if you're going to have a conversation and follow the conversation?
How about you be respectful and
Oh,
stop?
it's okay.
Take your dog, combing their
Read
hair.
the verse. Read the verse pieces. Just read
What
the
verse
verse.
again? You said 12:100.
Yusuf 100.
All right. Let me get my Quran 1 second.
Well, my dolls were hungry. They needed shoes.
Hey, remember, guys, it's still Ramadan. I believe they still have how many days left? I think they have still with today they still have 5 days of Ramadan. So not all Muslims have ate yet. They could be hangry.
True story.
While she's looking for that verse, I just want to say something to the people in the comments, and it's mainly just the Muslims in the comments. Guys, stop the tone policing, dude. Like, we're not here to be your friends. We're not here to coddle you. We're not here to wrap you in bubble wrap. We're here to ask you questions. And it's funny because you guys spend all day on the other lives and you don't tell your Muslim brothers that when they talk about Christianity. But when we come on here and we ask you questions about your own deen, you want to cry and tone police. We're not doing that, dude.
Yeah,
if you came up, that means that you came up to have a discussion about the topic. We're not gonna switch the topic, dude. Like, that's dumb. Stop crying.
Okay. Okay. So you said Surah Yusuf 100, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, being disrespectful is not holding you. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Muslims request. Sorry, go on, Travis.
Just being disrespectful is not holding you to the topic, right? That's not being disrespectful. Being disrespectful is engaging in a topic and not listening, like when James puts a whole verse on the screen.
Okay, so what's wrong with Surah Yusuf?
Are they prostrating in that verse?
Yes.
Okay, so it didn't happen just once then, correct?
Yeah, it's not an act of worship yet again. I have to keep saying it.
Okay, so you tell me now, when you prostrate, would you prostrate in front of a statue?
No, I
Why
wouldn't.
not? Why not?
Because I wouldn't prostrate to a statue.
Well, why not? It's not a sign of worship.
That's not a. It's not that it's a sign of worship. Sign of worship, prostrating when it's directed to Allah. That's a sign of worship.
Okay, so I'm asking you,
during
if it's not worship,
time, hold on.
if it's not worship, why would you not prostrate to, for example, the Kaaba? Would you prostrate towards the Kaaba?
Of course, I do.
Okay, beautiful. Why would you prostrate towards the Kaaba and not to just any random statue?
Because God says so.
Show me in the Quran where God says to prostrate to the Kaaba.
Prostrating towards something as in a direction is not
direction,
worshipping
not
it.
prostrating.
It's not worshipping something.
Okay,
It's two different
so
things.
hang on a second. So you wouldn't prostrate towards any random statue because Even though it's not a sign of worship, you wouldn't do it because it's a sign of worship.
But during
No,
Yusuf's
there's
time,
two types of there's two types of prostration which are both now abrogated, right? But we know from
Okay,
the
beautiful.
verses.
Where do we go? You guys make things up constantly.
We're not
Where do I
making
go?
anything up.
Hang on. Where do I go to find the two types of prostration, and where do I find that the two types were abrogated? Please, man.
Are you
Okay, so
freestyling?
no, I'm not freestyling because obviously in the Hadith, Prophet Muhammad, I'm not sure if you showed, he clearly forbade prostration to anything or anyone. But we know that you showed the verse.
Can you tell
Prophet
me just
Solomon.
1 second? Why wouldn't he? Why aren't you allowed to prostrate to anything? Why did he forbid it? Why did he forbid it?
No, even as a respect, even as a form of respect, we're not allowed to do it because
I'm asking you, why did Muhammad forbade it? Why did he forbid it if it's not worship? Why?
Why does it matter? We believe in the Quran, so
I'm
whatever.
not asking you. Listen, bro. I'm asking you to think. I'm asking you to use your gray matter. Why would you stop someone from prostrating?
Okay, so I mean, what kind of whatever the answer is, why does it matter?
Because prostration is a sign of worship.
That's not why it was. Listen, there's two types.
And I'm
Look, I'll show
asking
you.
you,
1 second.
why did Muhammad forbid prostrating?
Okay, I'll tell you.
because God forbade it. God literally says in the Quran that you're not allowed to prostrate to anything other than God.
Boom!
Thank you.
What's
Right,
boom?
thank
What's
you. That's
boom?
what we're trying to say.
No.
That's what we're trying to say.
Okay,
So why was bro? You just refuted yourself.
I didn't though, because during Yusuf's time, that was the cultural norm. So Yusuf could have done it, but I
Okay.
can't
So
do
now
it
you're just
because
making
the
stuff
Quran says
up.
I can't.
Now you're just making.
Bro,
Now you're just
these
making
guys
stuff up.
are, we believe. Listen, 1 second.
Give us verses.
This is
Guys,
crazy,
Wait, 1
bro.
second.
Give us verses, dude. This is
Wait, 1
getting
second.
problematic.
Hold on, Nervous Wreck. Hold on.
Can you guys please bring verses to back up your claims? Come on.
Listen,
So-
the reason. Listen.
Hey James, I still can't get over the abrogated prostration. I'm still dumbfounded by that.
No, I mean
this
it's quite. Listen.
Have you drugged the
Can you-
satanic verse? Oh, sorry. Have you drugged the satanic verses in here yet, James?
Listen,
Because
you
we have
keep
Muhammad.
bombarding us with questions.
hold on.
Can we do it one?
Hold on, because we can show that Muhammad even commanded the worship and prayer to these pagan goddesses in the Quran after it was
Okay,
supposedly abrogated.
listen. Okay, that's fine. We can get to that, but can we discuss the topic on hand?
Yes. Can you show me? Can you show me the prostration that was abrogated? Can you show me the different types of abrogation?
Okay. 1 second. Let me speak, then I'll tell you. So you asked me, why did he forbid prostration? So obviously, we as Muslims, we believe in progressive revelation. Okay, so before, if it says in the Quran that, for example, prophets, who was it that you showed before? 1 second.
Yusuf alayhi salam.
Yeah, Yusuf alayhi salam. If you showed before that Yusuf alayhi salam, when he was in charge, prostrated to his parents, then later when the Quran came, it clearly forbids it. Then that means that is a new law which we are meant to follow, and I can show you plenty of examples.
Just show me the verse that says prostration has now been abrogated.
But the verse, you don't need to see the verse to be. We know from the Hadith that prostration is
You
forbidden.
said it.
Okay,
You
I'll show
said
you.
it. You said
So
it
do you
was
take the Hadith?
abrogated.
Okay, do you take the Hadith? Do you take the Hadith?
So now
I
we
can
got to
show
go to
you.
the Hadith, but that's not what you said. You
Okay,
spoke about
listen.
the Quran. You said that it was abrogated in the Quran. Now you're
Listen,
going
it
to the Hadith.
says, if I were
He
to
never said it was
command
abrogated in the
anyone,
Quran.
if I were to command anyone to prostrate to another, I would have commanded a wife to prostrate to her husband. Literally, it forbids any, even in situations of high
He said
respect. It does
if.
not.
He said if though. It's a conditional. Like for instance, if we go to chapter 43, verse 81, and it literally says, if God had a son, then Muhammad would be the first worshiper. Does God have a son according to Islam?
No.
Okay,
Listen,
that means it's a conditional. That means it's
no,
a
but we
conditional.
know.
So
Listen,
he's saying it. Hold on, bro. Stop, dude. He's saying it as a conditional, meaning that it's not true. So this is what he's asking you. He's saying, if this is true, or if this were the case, then this is how it will be done. But it's not the case. But in the Quran, we actually see it happening. Do you not understand the argument? Do you guys not know how arguments work? It's
So
special pleading. You guys are literally
it's
it's a
not special.
fallacy.
It's not
You guys
special
stop
pleading.
talking, dude. Yes, it is. It's
How
you
is it
guys are
special
fallacy machines.
How is
Fallacy
this?
machine, dude.
Listen, how is this special pleading? How
Can
is
you
this
give me
special
verses,
pleading?
please?
Listen,
Hope.
you're talking about a time when the
Can you
Quran
give
was
me?
revealed.
Please
When
give
the
us
Quran
evidence.
was revealed, we were forbidden from prostrating. That's
Okay.
it.
Show it to me. Show me why you allowed to prostrate to angels that is not God. The Quran tells you clearly, if anyone asks you to prostrate to anything other than Allah, then that is Satan himself. Yes or no?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
that's
so
correct.
stop now. Stop. Listen. You said if anyone asks you to prostrate to anything other than Allah, that is Satan.
But listen, James,
Listen,
1 second.
listen.
Let me ask you a
Who is
clarifying question.
Listen.
Let me just say something clarifying,
Listen.
please.
Who is the one that asked the angels to prostrate to someone other than Allah?
Bro, so you've ignored everything I've been saying for the last 5 minutes, right? I've literally told you when the Quran was revealed, it was a new law for the people till the end of time, right? We believe in progressive revelation. So there can be a law which can be changed from the previous books. So if
Okay,
in the
home
Quran
comfort.
it
Let's
says,
do this.
listen, let me
Let's
speak.
do
Let me
this.
speak,
Hold
bro.
on,
Did I interrupt you while you were
hold on. No, dude, because you keep saying the same thing over and over again. It's getting dumb. According to chapter 2, verse 106, the Quran specifically talks about abrogation, that he's not going to abrogate something unless he brings a verse that's better. What verse, according to you, since it's abrogated, was better that replaced that one?
That's if something
Listen,
is abrogated within the Quran.
how can you be this dense?
Bro.
If that were the case, then every single book of Revelation would be the exact same. Every single book would be the exact same. We know
You said in the Quran it was abrogated. This was your claim.
Listen.
So if it was abrogated, don't say listen to me. Stop with your neurolinguistic. Stop, dude. Stop.
You actually cannot understand a
If
simple
you're
point.
saying that it was abrogated, then that means that something replaced it. What replaced it?
Listen, okay, fine, bro. I used the wrong word, but that doesn't mean we don't believe in progressive revelation. Progressive revelation literally means
so now
the
that you
law
used the wrong word,
updates.
okay, thank you.
It literally means the law updates, right? So if a law updated from, it literally says in the Quran, the verses you showed, Prophet Musa's time, you were allowed as a sign of respect, but now in the Quran, it clearly forbids it. This is not a contradiction. What are you not understanding?
Amira, you're saying that this is a low, Amira, you're saying this is a low tier, low IQ argument, but you see why we have to go down this line of argumentation, why it took us 30 minutes to get here, because Home Comfort, we had to literally pin him down so he could say, you're right, I just used the wrong word.
Oh my God,
we're
bro,
going based off,
manipulation.
Stop talking, dude. Stop talking, dude. We're going based on what you guys say, and then you get mad and try to gaslight us when we hold you to what you say. We're just asking you guys to be honest.
I mean, you are asking us, can I please just say 1 minute? I promise you it won't be long. You're asking us.
We'll interrupt you as long as you guys stay on topic.
Okay, great. You're asking us, why don't we prostrate to other than God? And we're telling you because it tells us in the Quran that we're not supposed to do that. However, during the time of Yusuf, right, when he did that, it was the cultural norm, just like it says in the Torah and somewhere in Kings. Normal kings and rulers, people prostrated to them as a sign of honor.
Wait, hold on a second. Worship. You said in the Torah?
Yes. Somewhere in
hold
Kings.
on a second. Wait. Hold on a second. Wait. How do you know that verse wasn't corrupted to say that?
And Kings isn't in the Torah.
I am just showing you the.
Listen, we don't need to go to the Torah.
Hold on, Home Comfort. Stop. Home Comfort. Stop. So hold on a second, because this is what we're not going to do. We're not going to allow you guys to plant your epistemic flag in our book.
Don't need to go to the Torah.
Stop talking, dude, before I drop you. Stop talking. I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to Amira. She made the claim. Don't try to save her now. You're saying that in the Torah and in Kings, which Travis stated earlier, Kings is not in the Torah, but okay, fine, I'll play ball. You said in the Torah and in Kings, which is in the Tanakh. Please just listen to my argument. In the Torah and in the Tanakh, you get this idea of prostrating during a specific period of time as it was not worship. Okay, fine. My question to you is, how do you know that verse about prostrating in the Torah and or in the Tanakh was not corrupted to make you think that?
It's irrelevant because it says it was a cultural practice at the time.
How do you know? Listen to my question one more time. Listen, Home Comfort, one more time, bro. Home Comfort, one more time, dude. Wallahi, I'm dropping you. Stop talking. Amira, listen to my question one more time.
Yeah.
According to the book that you quoted, you stated that in that book, you see prostration done as a cultural norm. I'm asking you, if according to your aqidah, according to your belief, your doctrine in Islam, the Torah and the Tanakh is corrupted, how do you know that that verse was not corrupted to make you think that it's about prostration?
I'll tell you how I know. I take, obviously, the Quran is an authority for me. So when I look at the verse in Yusuf that you gave me and I read the tafsir of Ibn Kathir, he explains that this was the cultural norm at the time. This wasn't an act of worship, but instead an act of honor. So I'm just giving you an example that during the time of Yusuf and probably even after him, during the time of Moses, it was the absolute norm. But God tells us in the Quran that we're not allowed to do that now. So Muslims now cannot.
So what does this have to do? So what does this have to do with the Torah and the Tanakh? Because you specifically quoted from Kings, and I'm asking.
I didn't quote. I was just using it as an example.
Okay, hold on a second. But why would you use that as your example?
Okay, I can use it as Ibn Kathir. Now what? Ibn Kathir
bro, like this is so, bro. Do you see why we do this to you guys?
Bro, it's like changing your mind in an argument is the worst thing that can happen.
Inzil, go down, dude. Inzil, go down.
Something. I mean, we missed something, right? Notice what they're saying. They're saying back then it was okay. They quoted from the Bible, yada, yada, yada. None of them has addressed the point that it says in the Quran, if anybody asks you to prostrate to anything other than Allah, that person is Satan.
He is.
Okay, so who was the one that asked the angels to prostrate to Adam?
Your
James,
low,
can I answer
listen,
you?
your low IQ
Can I tell
can't
you?
be Satan because it's God himself. Are you stupid?
How do I know? Okay, watch this, Samira. Since you're the smartest one in the room, according to you, right? Now notice what you just did now. What you did now is you show me that Allah is 100% true when he said that women like you are thicker than anything else. Who is the one that leads people astray?
It wasn't Allah, by the way.
Who is the one that leads people astray?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
And what is the job of Satan?
To lead people astray, to deceive people, just like to deceive you.
They got the same job. They got the same job. Hey guys,
do you have a problem with God deceiving people?
Wait. Let's grant that this is a one-time off incident.
Wait. Do you have a problem with God deceiving people?
Yeah, hold on just a second. Hold on, try to focus here. Let's just grant that this is a one-time issue, right? That God allows the prostration to man, and when the Quran shows up, yada yada yada, he forbids this. Why was your prophet mentioned in the name of the three goddesses of Allah to get the pagans to prostrate?
Wait, Ezekiel
chapter 20
says God deceived.
Hold on, wait. Chapter 22, verse 52. Muhammad mentions the three daughters of your God, Allah, the ones that Muhammad took away and did God knows what with. Why did he mention their names to get them to prostrate?
Because Ezekiel 49, God deceived.
Okay, wait, because Ezekiel...
See now she's going to the Bible again. I told you cannot use the Bible. You cannot.
Your God deceived prophets.
Let's ask Muslim.
Stop.
Let's ask Muslim.
Oh, wait, Travis. Okay. Travis, I just want to say this really quick. Guys, stop using our Bible. You said it's corrupt. You cannot verify if the verse you're using was corrupted to say what you think it says, according to your belief. Stop using it. From here out, if any of you guys use our Bible, I'm dropping you. Because it has nothing to do with the topic.
How you
Stop
call
using
God
the Bible.
deceiver, but your God deceives prophets.
All right, just focus. All right, so here, let's just.
Man, this is crazy.
Let's leave the Bible out of this. Let's talk about your prophet mentioning names of God's daughters to get the pagans to prostrate.
Can you give a reference for that? I can look it up.
Yeah,
please?
it's chapter 22, verse 52. We have over 40 Islamic scholars that say that this event happened when your prophet mentioned the name of Allah's daughters. It's even in the Quran. There's an explanation. Your God shows up to comfort Muhammad and said, don't worry about it. All the other prophets did it too.
One second, Travis, while he finds, Travis, while he finds that, just a public announcement. Guys, we're over 240 people on both YouTube and on TikTok. Please, guys, it's called The Agents 007 on YouTube. The Agents 007. Please subscribe, like, share, make comments in the chat, make comments on the videos and stuff. Let Muslims come back, because again, you know, the reason we do this is so that people can learn from what we are presenting and what the Muslims are presenting. This is why we're asking Muslims to come up. It's called conversations. We're not arguing and fighting, and we don't hate Muslims. We love our brothers and sisters in Islam, even though they're told to hate us. It's okay. We still love them. But please,
this
guys,
is very simple. You
Can I
guys
just
said
say I don't hate you?
Ali, 1 second.
four.
Can I just say I don't hate you?
There's another a big okay, no worries, bro. But Allah tells you to hate me. In
No,
the
he
Quran, guys, I mean, on YouTube, the guy on the top called Chris Claus, One Way Apologetics. If at least 200 of you guys go to his account, follow him. He's so close. He's a cubit arm's length away from reaching his 10,000. So, guys, just follow Chris Claus on YouTube. It's called One Way Apologetics. And then follow the Muslims as well. If you support these Muslims, follow them, and you know, together you guys will be stronger. But be honest with yourselves. What's presented. Sorry, Travis, go on.
No, it's okay. God bless you guys. Good morning too, by the way. So they said that anyone that would have you prostrate to anything that's not God is Satan himself. Well, now we have in the life of Muhammad, he was anxious for the people to follow his pagan god Allah, and he's the prostrate. Bukhari captures some of this and mentions when the pagan Quraysh prostrated. This is mentioned in Muhammad's earliest biography. We have this all over the place. It's mentioned by Wahidi that Muhammad references God's daughters and says that their intercession is to be hoped for. Go ahead and pray to them. By default, Amira called Muhammad Satan.
Actually, I didn't. And since Travis Lee is blaspheming God, then I can't sit in this panel with a
Okay, have a good one. Have a good one, Oprah. We'll catch you on the next episode. So, Muhammad, why does your prophet?
has no daughters.
Okay, that's great. But your prophet references them before he takes them away. Before he
has a daughter.
So, Surah Hajj, what verse were you saying earlier on, James?
That was
number 22, verse number?
Is that 52?
52, 22, 52.
Okay, can I read the translation
This is a one-off
right now?
There's no more. This is a one-off incident. This is actually at the time of Muhammad, the perfect example, saying to pray to God's three daughters.
Yeah, you can read it, Muslim Hive.
Okay, the translation reads, so he's talking to the prophet. He said, whenever
Muslim Hive, just give me one second.
Okay,
give me 1 second,
yeah,
Muslim
carry on.
Hive.
Yeah.
I just wanted to address Travis 1 second. Travis, the only thing the word and I mentioned it in the chat. The only thing that would have made that a little bit better is if you would have said, "Watch your hijab."
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, watch your hijab. Go on down. But she doesn't have an answer for this because her prophet is allowing shirk right here.
All right, go ahead, Muslim Hive. My bad.
Okay, no problem. So the verse translation is, whenever we, as in God, sent a messenger or a prophet before you, O Prophet Muhammad, and he recited our revelations, Satan would influence people's understanding of his creation.
There's no understanding in that word, in that verse. You're lying.
There's many different translations. You'll find many translations.
Let's go to the Arabic because you're lying.
It doesn't say that in the Arabic.
Okay, can I say next half of the verse? But eventually,
Hang on, bro, you need to be honest. Muslim Hive. Come on, man.
This is why we can't get anywhere because these dudes are liars, bro.
A quick public announcement. This is from Omar. He says, Salam al-Masir to Nigeria who are listening, peace of Christ. That's from a super chat on YouTube. God bless. Sorry.
God bless you, Nigeria. And this is why I'm so thankful for Amen, because he speaks Arabic.
What was the surah again?
Can I read the translation?
2252.
2252.
The one-off incident is done, bro.
It's a mean, not amen. A mean.
It doesn't matter to me.
What? I'm not asking. What are you talking to me?
What?
Hello, guys.
Oh no! Your name's also Amin. No,
You know what?
he was talking about me, dude. It's fun.
Hey, James, what we should do is put the backdrop behind this story up. Is that cool? Muhammad wanted his pagan relatives to prostrate to his God, so he references their gods, Allah, Manat, and Uzza, who were previously Allah's daughters.
Travis, you have no references. Please give me a reference.
Get on that mute button, friend. Dude, we live on receipts, bro. 2252.
Why are you acting like a fascist, man?
Here, get on that mute button. When your handlers know you ran away, they're gonna flog you for coming into this room. 2252. There's Baba Nazul.
Which part of the verse says that? Please tell me. I've got it in front of me.
Get on that mute button. 2252. So here's the backdrop behind the story, guys. So never we sent a prophet before you, so we're getting an excuse here. The commentators of the Quran said, when the messenger of Allah, bless him and give him peace, saw that his people were shunning him, he was aggravated by their rejection of the message he brought them, and he secretly wished that Allah the Exalted reveals something to him which would bring him and his people closer together. Keen as he was to see them accept his faith, one day he sat in on the congregations of the Quraysh, so he's sitting among Shirk, which attracted a huge number of its members, and he wished that Allah Exalted as he does not reveal to him blah blah anything that might repel them from Allah. So exalted as he revealed Surah 2252, and it says this: the messenger of Allah, bless him and give him peace, recited that until when he reached, have you thought upon Allat, Al-Uzza, and Manat the third? The devil put something on his tongue that he secretly wished for, and hoped and said, these are the mighty cranes. Their intercession is to be hoped for. They all said, Alhamdulillah. Muhammad said, we can pray to Allah's daughters. So guess what they do, guys? Everyone's prostrating together. Not only is Muhammad prostrating to these pagan goddesses, but all the people around are prostrating to these pagan goddesses. This one-off incident is cooked, friend, and even from the Quran is going to bury you.
Is that Quran or Tafsir?
What
This is
does
the
it matter?
Asbab.
Wait, Travis, this is getting dumb. What does it matter, dude? Do you not take tafsir?
Depends from who.
Bro, are you can you say shahada?
Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah.
Okay, so you're a Sunni Muslim. You're a part of Ahsan wa Jama'ah.
When did I say it?
Stop talking, dude. Stop talking. Bro. Stop talking. Yeah, busted. You are a Sunni Muslim.
When did I say I was Sunni?
You in your shahada. Quranis don't include Muhammad. They don't include Muhammad in it. And Shia include Ali. You didn't include Ali. Bro,
Ali Wali Allah. You happy?
Go down, dude. Go down. We've been doing this longer than you guys have been walking. Bro, stop. We're not gonna play these stupid games with you guys.
No, but you don't.
Can you explain to them?
Hadith and Quran.
Can you explain to them how we can do this from the Quran itself, bro? You're really good at the Quran.
In the verse, it explicitly says. So this is chapter 22, verse 52. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِنْ قَبْلِكَ مِنْ رَسُولٍ وَلَا نَبِيٍّ إِلَّا إِذَا تَمَنَّى أَلْقَى الشَّيْطَانُ فِي أُمْنِيَّتِهِ. So it actually says, we never said a messenger or a prophet before you. And when he recited, Satan would cast into his recitation, basically. That's what it says. And we can even find English translations that say exactly what I just said, bro. It's very clear. Very clear. So we're not going to sit here and play these games with you, pull up tafsir, then you're going to try to pretend that you're somebody that you're not, so you don't have to accept the tafsir. We'll just stick to the Quran. You tell us what happened if you don't accept the Asbab and Nuzul. You tell us according to the verse.
I mean, it's fine for you guys. You don't let any one of us talk. You don't let us talk. You don't let
the victim card.
I literally just asked you a question. I literally just asked you a question.
Guys, let's do this. Everyone just hang on 1 second, please. Watch this. Muslim Hive. Without going back now and crying and, asking for, some pity and, hugs, face the topic. Travis and Amin just showed you something in 2252, that prostration happened because of Muhammad. Would you like to address that, or would you like to look for a hug?
No, I don't need hugs. and I hate Travis's insulting comments about our God.
No one
religion.
cares.
No, I
Can
didn't
you,
say
can
nothing.
you
But I'll
Travis,
give you the
Travis,
translation.
don't be
Can I
baited.
give the
Don't be
translation?
baited. Can you answer the question?
Yes.
2252 is talking
Yes.
about Muhammad getting the
Yes.
people to prostrate, correct?
No, I got the
Okay,
translation in
explain
front of
it.
me.
Okay,
Can
go
I
on,
read the
explain it.
translation? Can I read the translation, please?
Sure, go on.
If you let me complete it, it's in two parts, so please let me complete the full translation. Surah Hajj, number 22, verse number 52. The translation reads, whenever we, God, sent a messenger or a prophet before you, O Prophet Muhammad, and he recited our revelations, Satan would influence people's understanding of his recitation. But eventually, Allah would eliminate Satan's influence. Then Allah would firmly establish his revelation, and Allah is all knowing, all wise. As the verse finishes, Wallahu alimul hakim. He is all knowing, all wise. The translation you have or Travis has, they are from some other books. They are wrong translations.
Okay, hang on just one
Thank you.
second now. Oh, it's okay. Hang on, Travis, 1 second. Okay, Muslim Hive. Since you are having trouble, Travis, just let me jump in there. You said eventually Allah will cancel them, correct? Okay. Eventually, the end of the world is coming. Eventually, a tree will fall. Eventually, I will stop breathing. It's all relative, and it can mean from 1 day to 100 years, correct?
Okay, yeah.
So eventually, now I'm going to show you something. Since you brought talking about this, have you heard of the devil called Abayad?
No.
You haven't. You haven't heard of the white devil?
No.
Okay, beautiful. Now, welcome to another education lesson for you. See, the site is called ikra.org. Ikra.org, right? Now, this is a Muslim site. Now, I want you to learn about the devil, Al-Abiyad, right? Now, let's go to the verse that we were talking about. Let's just start from the top over here.
James, he didn't
Yes,
deal with the Asbab and Nuzul, and he read us a translation that does not exist in Arabic. He's so full of crap, bro.
Yeah. No, that's and again, the reason I'm starting with this is before we go back to the verse to show him that because of what we have here, it contradicts the lies that he just spat out. So, but anyway, let's just keep going. So some people refer to the quotes from the Islamic exegetical literature, meaning the devil named Abayad. Firstly, it needs to be clarified that the mention of the devil Abayad is very rare in Islamic genres, a contemporary scholar noted. Anyway, let's go to the thing where it says, the odd narratives mentioning Al-Abayad, the devil, the white devil, comes under 3 verses. So 22:52, 59:16, and 81:25. In connection with verse 22:52, though Al-whatever had made a passing remark about reporting that Abayad coming to the Prophet and telling him the infamous Satanic verses. Let's see what else it says. It says, it is reported from Atta that Ibn Abbas said, a devil called Al-Abayad came to the Prophet in the form of Jibril and cast these words, the Satanic verses, upon him, and the Prophet recited them. The Prophet recited them. Now, when he recited them, people around him were listening and, as you know, making notes. When the pagans heard it, it pleased them. Surah 38:4 or 38:5. They've taken all our gods, made them into one God. MashaAllah. That's what Tawheed is, a unification of gods. Thereupon, Jibril came and asked him to rehearse the revelation to him. And when he reached those words, Jibril said, I did not bring you these words. Someone came to me in your form and cast these words on my tongue. So now we know that this Jibril guy had a twin in Abayad, and Muhammad couldn't tell the difference between the two of them, and he was taking verses from Satan himself, right? Then it says, as for Surah blah, 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 it goes on talking about how Al-Abayad was a special assignment from the chief of the devils, Iblis. Quoted from Al-Qurtubi, he writes, there's the Arabic if you can read Arabic. It says, Al-Abayad was the companion of the prophets and one who intended to reach the prophet in the form of Jibril. Who's saying this? Qurtubi, right? to whisper into his garb of revelation. So Jibreel wasn't there. Al-Abayad was giving Muhammad verses. Muhammad couldn't tell the difference. Then it says, however, Jibreel intervened. He pushed Abayad to poor India, the poor country that gets so much slack. So Jibreel threw Abayad, the devil, to India. But the verses were already in circulation among the people, given to them by Muhammad. So when he said prostrate to Al-Uzza, Manat, Allat, Al-Uzza and Manat, he was speaking the words of Satan and not of Jibreel. Now, the verse that you went to, you gave us the verse. This is the same thing. Surah 22:52 says, and we did not send before you any messenger or prophet except that when he spoke, Satan threw into it, but Allah abolishes what Satan throws in it. But Satan spoke. Satan threw verses in Muhammad's recitations, and Muhammad couldn't tell the difference. What kind of prophet is this that doesn't know the difference between an angel and a devil?
James, why are you ignoring the word before?
There's no understanding in the Arabic. There's no understanding in the
Travis,
Arabic.
please
It's
let
right
me
into
talk.
his mouth.
Travis,
You
let me
lied
speak to him, please.
Here, you lied to the room, friend.
Does it say understanding? Let's go to Quran.com. Let's go to Quran.com.
Guys, why aren't you letting me answer? Come on, you guys are talking for hours. You're not letting me answer.
Hold on, we're going to go to the real. We're going to go to the Arabic, friend.
They don't know what they're saying. That's why.
Well, hold on, we're going to go to the Arabic. You
like,
guys just heard
comes up.
this today. You didn't know Muhammad was controlled like a sock puppet. We're going to show you.
Travis, can you please shut up with your abuse, man?
Oh, hold on
Mind
just
your
a second.
language. What the heck
Hold
is
on,
wrong
I'm
with you? You're so
monster.
pathetic.
I'm
Such a stupid idiot you are, man. What's wrong
I'm
with you?
Najis. Hold on, don't
No,
manifest.
you're swearing.
Yeah,
Travis, it's okay. Travis, let's
yeah,
focus.
Yeah, I'm dirty
Let's
Najis.
focus.
That's who I am.
And
Let's
he's right.
see.
If he's your friend, you should
It's
correct
okay.
him on his
Muslim,
language.
guys, focus. Let's see if it says. What did you say it says, Muslim Hive?
Sorry, what do you say? I was just
What
hearing.
did you say it says in 22:52? What did you say
Yeah.
it says?
I said about that, you are ignoring the word before. The prophets who came before, and when they recited, Satan tried to get people to misunderstand, but God says, I corrected it. It's
And
talking
not
about the prophets and the
we
revelation
sent
before.
you,
Yeah.
any messenger,
Yeah.
and not a prophet, but when he recited, they threw the shaitan in his recitation. But Allah throws the shaitan, then Allah will establish his verses, and Allah the all-knower. If Allah is the all-knower, why did he allow his verses to be manipulated by Satan?
Okay, my answer to that is in two parts. First part, the ICRAA. I don't know nothing about the website. Who wrote that and who puts content in it? I don't know. I'm not going to take from that. Number two, what you are reciting or you are reading in English, guys, Arabic is very deep. There are too many translations. We believe the translation that I have put forward to you. There is nothing other. You are ignoring.
Hang on, what does the Arabic say, my brother? Sorry to interrupt you. Why don't we go to the Arabic and see what the Arabic said? Why are you so afraid of the Arabic?
I'm not afraid.
So it contradicts what you said.
No, let's talk in a civil way. I'm not afraid. I'm not scared. I'm
just
not
a second. Just a second, Muslim Hive, because you can't come in here and say that in Arabic you have a lot of different translations for a word, and then say the translation that I read is the absolute truth, and the ones that you read are not. You can't say that after you say there are multiple ways to translate a word.
I don't know the Iqra website. I have never heard of it. I don't know where that comes from because there's a lot of.
I wasn't talking about the website.
Okay.
This blows my mind that you didn't even understand that I wasn't even talking about the website. Like,
brother,
this is unreal.
Saying about the daughters of Allah, I don't know where that is coming from. I haven't seen it in a single place. Okay, can I please ask you for one thing? You know, you guys are mentioning about.
Did I say anything? Did I say anything about the daughters of Allah?
Maybe James or yourself, if they are saying one of you guys.
Did you hear any? Okay, did you hear anything that I just said to you?
I'm listening to you for the last 45 minutes and you're not letting me talk. I'm hearing you guys are saying
I haven't
people to
spoken
worship
in the
Allah's
last
daughters.
45 minutes. I'm asking you, did you hear what I said in the last 15 seconds when I was speaking to you?
Yes, I did.
No, Then what did I say?
Guys, you don't let me talk. You don't let me respond to anything. You take one word out of our answer, say yes or no. I'm going to say the rest.
That's not what I said.
Kem or I mean, are you?
Yeah.
Are you
So
guys
it's
there?
pronounced as Jam, and
Yes, I'm here.
Muslim.
I'm here.
Right.
Is
So
it pronounced as Gem?
yeah.
No worries, bro. Sorry about that, Gem.
Bro, you're not academic, man. No academic Muslim is coming up. It's all these laymen or people who are just practicing level where they're praying
Okay,
five
so watch
times a day
this,
and
my
they're doing
brother.
living for their
Haven't we,
praying,
when
they're
we
doing their religion for
inviting
themselves.
Muslims,
Right?
hang on, we're inviting all Muslims, bro. I don't want academics. I want average Muslims. I want people to see how little Muslims know about their religion. This is my point.
When it comes to Christians, you come across Christians. You come across Christians who are practicing on a level where
Did you hear what I said?
people are not
Did you hear what I
searching,
said?
looking.
Did you hear what I said? My whole point is you Muslims request up to debunk or to explain. We allow you to debunk or explain, and unfortunately, you guys throw your own religion under the bus. For example, I keep asking the same question, and you guys keep throwing your scholars, your Allah, your Muhammad under the bus. Watch this, Jem.
Yeah.
Who is the one that sends people astray?
Shaitan.
Beautiful. What do you say, Amine?
What?
Hang on, the guy above. Amine, is that
I would say Shaitan too, but I heard what you said earlier on about Allah.
Okay, so
Someone
hang
said
on now,
Allah.
hang on. Look how silly it is, right? Jem, you said it's Satan that leads people astray, yet the Quran tells me Allah leads people astray. Jem, why do I need Satan if Allah does the job of Satan? I can explain
that. No.
Hang on. I'm talking to the Jem. I want to know from Jem. If Allah is doing the job of Satan, why do I need Satan?
Well, wait. All right, hear me out. All right. So I'm sorry, I'm not very educated. So I'd like Amina to actually answer this question. I was just here to debunk one of your contradictions.
But hang on a second, my brother.
Bro,
You are still a Muslim, right? Hang on, please, Amina. Whatever. Just wait a second. Jem, this is why I like that you are up over here, because you are proving to everyone that you're a Muslim that has zero idea. You said that the job of Satan is to lead people astray, but your Quran tells me that that's the job of Allah. Make it make sense.
But astray, that means like the wrong path, right?
Yes. Who is the one that puts you on the wrong path?
Which path? Which path are we talking about?
The wrong path. The one that puts you on the wrong path, that sends you away from going to paradise, sends you to hellfire. Who is the one that does?
Shaitan.
Okay. Your Quran says it's Allah.
Where does it exactly say it?
Oh my gosh, there's so many verses. You can start with Surah.
Can I address that?
Hang on, hold on a second. I'll give you a chance in 1 minute. I just want you guys to see. This is why I'm saying, talking to the average Muslim, they don't know and they can't tell the difference. Muhammad couldn't tell the difference between Satan and an angel. You can't tell the difference between a god and a devil. That's what I'm saying, Jem. Your religion is so confusing, you can't see
you're
which
throwing
is right
pot
and which
shots.
is
Not
wrong.
everyone knows everything about their religion.
I asked you twice. I asked you 3 or 4 times to stop and just hang on. I'll give you a chance. I want Jem to answer.
We don't want to get accused of talking to another idiot, Amina. So the next Muslim will come up here and say, you guys just talk to dummies after we talk to you.
Jem, I'm not attacking you, my brother. I want you to notice what you say. How can you, if Muhammad couldn't tell the difference between a devil and a god and an angel, and you can't tell the difference between Allah and Satan, why are you following this religion?
That's a very great question. Could you actually kind of repeat that?
I said, if you can't tell the difference between Allah and Satan in your religion, then why would you follow that religion?
All right. All right. So Satan makes us do bad things. All right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, hang
And
on. Watch this, brother. I'm sorry to jump in. Bad things. Would you say that adultery is a bad thing?
I'm sorry, I'm not like really
What
good
language
in
do you
English.
speak?
Dutch.
Okay. Praat 'n klein beetje Nederlands, nee, baie goed, but I can try to think of what it said. If I think about it, if a man cheats on his wife,
Yeah.
he sleeps with another woman,
Yeah.
is that evil?
Yeah.
That's evil, right?
Yeah.
And evil comes from someone evil, correct?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping. I'm hoping
Yeah.
you're pretty sure. So if that's evil, and it comes from someone evil, then God would have nothing to do with that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So watch this. So if I said to you that Satan made me commit adultery, that would sound right, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, but look at this. You're a Sunni Muslim and you've heard of a guy called Sahih Muslim?
I haven't.
You haven't?
No.
Okay. Anyway, Sahih Muslim, this is where the people that follow Islam, he is one of those that you go to get hadiths to understand how to be a Muslim. This is where you go. You go to this dude and Bukhari to understand Islam. Now he says this: verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery, cheating.
Yeah.
Allah makes a man commit adultery, which he will indulge in, meaning he will do it. He has no choice in it. He will do it. Allah gave it to him, and which he of necessity must commit. Now you said adultery is evil. Cheating on your wife is evil. You said something evil can only come from the devil, from Satan.
Yeah.
Here we're learning that it's not the devil, it's not Satan that gives you adultery, it's Allah. That's why I said to you, you can't tell the difference between Allah and Satan because Allah does the job of Satan. So I'm asking you again, is adultery, cheating on your wife, evil?
Yeah, but
and in the Quran it tells you that the punishment, not the Quran,
So
the Hadith tells
there's
you
a but.
the punishment for that is to be stoned until you are unalived. So the punishment for this disgusting act is that you are unalived. But this disgusting evil act comes from Allah. Now I heard what you said. I heard what Chris said. You said there's a but. So give me the but. But what?
All right. So Satan wouldn't let us do good things, right?
I don't know. You tell me. Would he?
Not sure. In Islam,
I'm pretty sure Shaitan, the Shaitan,
Mhm.
doesn't let you do good things.
Well, hang on. According to the
Because-
Quran,
Hey,
Satan
James.
says in the Quran.
Hey James, I got a question for this young gentleman as well. He seems like he's a pretty smart young man, actually.
Thank you.
Like, do you have a wife?
No.
But you plan to have one in the future, of
Yeah,
course,
I
right?
do. Yeah.
Excellent. And you, as being a man, you would love and honor and respect your wife, and you would guard her and everything else, of course, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Now, do you believe that a God would tell you to put hands on your wife?
No.
No, definitely not. That would be something only the Shaitan would say to you, right?
Yeah.
Because putting your hands on your wife, that is wrong, no matter when it happens, correct?
That's evil.
Well, it could be like discipline with good intention, you know? So like sometimes you punch a child to like
punch a child,
or you hit a child. You spank him.
So,
Punching is a little bit.
Hey, Jem,
Yeah.
wouldn't your wife be your equal? Isn't that why you married her?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your child, you would discipline them so that you can have them grow up so that they have respect when they're an adult and they're a respectful adult. This is why we discipline our children, so that they can learn how to be an adult, of course, correct?
Yeah.
Excellent. So we don't have to discipline an adult because we're not disciplining an adult on how to be an adult, of course, right? They should already know, right? This is why we married them, right?
Yeah. We're disciplining them to be a Muslim, not an adult. You know?
So you can, so you're okay with putting hands on your wife just to make them Muslim?
Well, no, not exactly. So
okay.
It could be
I was
like,
hoping, you're making me feel better now. I was gonna like, oh, I hope he doesn't say yes.
no, you could like you can discipline them, but not like by hitting them necessarily. You know?
Yeah. See, this is what me and you can almost agree on this. Putting hands on your wife is an evil act at all times, isn't it? There's no way you should have to put hands on your wife.
I guess.
Because if my wife, let's just say, if my wife cheats on me, I'm not putting my hands on her. I'm going to leave her. Right?
Yeah.
There's other things that you can do. You don't have to put your hands on your wife. You can simply walk away from the situation. You can divorce your wife, and that doesn't result in you putting hands on your wife, right?
Yeah, but wait, actually, it might save them from the hellfire, you know? So like
oh, okay. So we put hands on our wife to save them from the hellfire. I see.
Wait,
Did you say you see what you're doing though, Jen? Like, do you see that you're trying to make a justification for being able to hit your wife? You see this though, right?
Yeah.
Like, doesn't this seem weird that you're trying to justify hitting a woman? Doesn't that sound weird in your own head?
Wait. Wait. Let's put the context. Wait. Give me a minute. All right.
It's all right, man.
All right.
It's all right. And what's happening right now, Jim, is your conscience and your morality is fighting against you because you're trying to say and you're trying to justify that hitting a woman is okay in certain times, and your morality and your conscience is like, whoa, Jim, slow down. That's not what you believe, right?
I wonder if he would do the same justification, Chris, with the adultery. Like if someone captured his wife and he was tied up.
All right. Wait.
Well,
would you hit someone to save their life?
No.
Not by hitting me. Not by hitting me, friend.
There's got to be another way that you can save their life except for hauling off and giving them a smack upside the face. Got to be another way. like that is not the only way to save someone's life.
I guess, yeah, you're right on that. But I'm not actually here to talk about that. I was here to
No, and I understand that you weren't here to talk about that, Jen, but what we're doing is we're reaching out to Muslims and we're explaining to Muslims that the Allah of the Quran is truly the Shaitan by the actions and by the words that Allah reveals to mankind. Now, Travis is going to explain another one to you, and I think that this one is outrageous as well. But weirdly enough, I was quoting Surah 434 in your Quran, and Travis is going to quote 10 verses earlier in the same surah. Right? So it's not a very good book. So what we're doing here as Christians is we love Muslims enough to come out and say you're following falsehood. And for the sake of your eternal spirit, or like your eternal destination, this depends on your soul, right? These are important discussions. These aren't discussions that we should just be trying to justify putting hands on women and things to this nature, right? We know that that's wrong. We should abide by that.
When we do this, we inadvertently, we're following the commands of Jesus, right? When the Bible says to test the spirits, not every spirit that goes out is from God. Test them, see whether they be from God. Many false prophets have gone out. So we're doing this right now. So using the same example, Kim, when you get that wife eventually, and you love her and yada, is there ever an instance of where your wife shouldn't be enjoyed by another man?
Wait, so if I have a wife,
Yeah, is there ever an instance of where another man should sexually enjoy her? This would be called adultery, right?
if I have a wife, no.
You never want to be tied up next door while another man's enjoying your wife,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
This adultery. In
Yeah.
all instances, this is adultery. You're married to her, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, the Quran allows the Muslims to invade our territory in chapter 4, verse 24. While I'm tied up next door, the Muslims can sexually gratify themselves with my wife.
It says
Now
that?
it's fun. Yeah, it's funny because your conscience is better than the God of Islam.
I'm not actually here to talk about Islam.
Yes.
I was here to debunk one of your
But
contradictions.
hang on, my brother, isn't
No,
it
no, I want
nice?
you-
Watch this. Isn't it nice
here.
that you came up to debunk and now you're learning? Not only are you learning, but now you know what Islam is and what it teaches. That's the beauty of coming up. Now you've learned something today, right? You didn't know this before.
Yeah.
You didn't know that Allah does the same job as Satan.
Wait, I dropped something. Wait, could you repeat that?
I say you didn't know that Allah does the same job as Satan. Juju Grum, by a donkey. Thank you so much.
But Kim, your conscience is good enough, right? You're not too far gone. The Bible says today, if you hear God's voice, harden not your heart, as in the day of provocation. You still have a conscience to where you instantly said this is wrong, right?
Yeah.
No one should ever enjoy or sexually gratify themselves with wife under any circumstance while you're married with her, right?
Yeah.
Muslims and sexually gratify themselves with that woman, even if they have husbands.
What?
You know that this is
What we're trying to Allah is telling you to treat women in a way that goes against your natural morality. So Allah's telling you that if you go to war, you can go in and you can capture this family. You can tie her husband up and you can take her and have relations with her. And that's halal for you to do. Now, you, as being a man with morals, you're like, no, that doesn't even sound right. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't give you this little piece of information, because I have to mute up for a little bit. But I want to explain how the Bible speaks about wives. It is the standard by which husbands are to love their wives is stated outright, and it's the highest standard indeed, just as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. Ephesians chapter 5, verse 25. Us men must be willing to give our own lives for our wives, not put our hands on them. The love of Christ took his husband for his wife will involve a similar giving of himself, even if the end result is not a bloody one, of course. Such is the nature of true love. The sacrifice that is involved, that is such the nature of marriage, that God intends husbands to sacrifice for their wives. The goal of the husband loving their wives is addressed. Christ's goal for the church, his bride, is to make her holy, cleansing her by the washing with water through the word, and to present her to himself as a radiant church, without stain or wrinkle or any other blemish, but holy and blameless. Ephesians chapter 5, 26 to 27. Husbands cannot sanctify their wives exactly like Christ sanctifies the church, of their wives being of that Christ wants them to be. That husbands can, in love, work towards helping their wives. Remember that they are fellow heirs of the grace, fellow heirs of the grace of man is to hit his wife or mistreat his wife. our God will. That is what a true God expects of a husband towards his wife. That is the best on your wife, and you can capture a woman in battle, and you can have relations with her, even if her husband's.
You can do it. You can do it all night. So your conscience actually led you to the scripture, friend. Nobody should be sleeping with their wife and enjoying her sexually. God says, let no man come in between this sacred union of a man and a woman. The God of the Quran says, get on in there, champ.
Okay, let me talk to Yasin. Yasin, how you
James,
doing?
how you doing? James, are you Jay? Is your other account Jay?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay, cool. Before you talk to me, I just want to say one thing. You Christians have to understand you cannot take the literal sense out of context, right? What I mean by that is that if you see a verse, you have to read prior verses, and you can't take the literal meaning. Just like even in the Bible, we know as Jesus, not the Son of God. Is he the literal Son of God? No, the Father didn't birth him, but we still grant you guys that, right?
Okay,
Well,
so
let's go to the
hang on.
tafsir.
Yeah, you guys have all the help in the world. You've got tafsirs, then you got someone to tell you the tafsirs.
Fears could be incorrect.
But hang on, Yasin, let's just focus on the topic. Just do me a favor.
go
Let's focus on the topic, and let's see if we can get to some agreement. According to you, Yasin, what is the job of Satan?
The job of Satan is to
Yeah, what
lead
does
people
Satan
astray.
do? Lead people astray, correct?
Correct.
Okay. According to Islam, doesn't say Allah lead people astray?
According to Islam or according to the Quran?
Well, Islam is the Quran, Quran is Islam. I'm asking you, according to the Quran, does Allah lead people astray?
Allah does not lead people astray. Let me guess, you're going to bring a verse?
I can give you many verses. So if I can bring you many verses and every single verse confirms that Allah leads people astray, would you then believe that Allah leads people astray?
I will never believe that, because I know for a fact Allah will never lead people astray.
Okay,
It's
ladies
God,
and gentlemen,
God
notice
will.
what he said. He
Okay,
said
I
you
know
will
what you're about
never
to do.
believe that. So watch this
Okay.
now. Yasin,
You're
do you
going
have
to bring a verse. I'm going to
Yasin,
tell you.
hang on. Do you
Okay,
have a Quran with you?
I don't have the Quran in hand, no, but you could go
Okay,
ahead.
does any of the Muslims on the panel have a Quran with them?
What is wrong with this world? These Muslims don't have a Quran.
Do you have a
I
Bible in
could
front of you?
get a Quran
Yes,
in my
I do have
hand
a
in
Bible with
seconds.
me.
Okay.
5 Bibles with me. I'm
Before you
asking
bring it, remember what I told you guys before.
Yeah, hang on, listen, brother.
The literal
We're gonna
sense.
first read the Quran. Yasin, easy. I'm gonna show it to you now from the Quran, and I want you to notice that I am able to present it on camera. So is there any excuses for Allah to want to lead people astray?
You're telling me if my God has an excuse, he's
I'm asking you,
omniscient?
if I show you something, are you gonna explain it away?
Well,
if I'm able to show you,
I need to
Allah
be familiar
leads
with the
astray.
verse. I don't know the context of the verse, so I have to read the verse entirely.
We'll go through it. Okay, we'll go through it. Watch this. This is Surah 14:4, right? I want you to tell me the context, if there's a need for a context. Let's read. And we did not send any messenger except in the language of his people to state clearly for them. And Allah sends astray whom he wills and guides whom he wills. Now,
Okay.
And he is exalted, mighty, and wise.
Right, okay.
In this verse, does Allah send people astray? Doesn't matter what they did or what they're doing.
Well,
Is
I'm gonna
Allah
go with the
sending
verse.
people astray?
I'm gonna go with the verse. Where does it say people? Exactly.
In the language of his people to state clearly for them, Allah sends astray whom he wills. Who's whom?
Well,
they're not people.
Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean they're not people? So who?
Just answer the question, Yasin. Is
Okay,
Allah
listen to me.
sending
Listen to me.
something
Listen to me.
astray?
Wait. Who just said that? I want to know who just said that.
Doesn't matter, Yasin. Don't try
Okay,
to
I'll
deflect.
tell you. Let me give you the
Answer
literal.
the question, please.
Listen,
Is Allah sending someone or something astray?
like I said, we're gonna take the verbal word. So he said whom, right? What could be a whom? It could be an object of a verb, right? So it could be a person. Listen, it could be a person. Listen to me.
You
It could be a
can't make
person.
this up, bro.
But listen, this is the
Are you trying to
English
say? Are you trying to
translation.
say that Allah made the
Oh my!
rocks
Listen, Chris.
go
Listen
astray?
to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't know this reference. I've never seen it before.
I'll show you more. Can you tell me, is who
Show me the Arabic
talking to
version.
what?
But Arabi. Show me the Arab. Don't give me the English translation. I
Do
want
you
to see the
speak-
Arabic.
Do you speak Arabic?
Yeah, of course I speak Arabic. But hold up. Wait, one second. Listen.
Hang on. So, next time, come up with your own Quran, please.
And not only that, there's nothing wrong with the verse. I still see nothing wrong with it.
Oh, hang on. You said that Allah does not send people astray. Now that I show you, you telling me there's nothing wrong with the verse.
Okay. Allah sends people astray. Okay. Now, like
said,
I
"I
said,
never
what is the
believed that."
context of
Wait,
the verse?
Yasin,
What is
hang
happening
on,
at the time?
Yasin, hang on. You're panicking now and it's coming through your voice.
I'm not panicking.
I
brother.
asked you a simple question.
I'm chilling, trust me.
I asked you a very simple question. What is the job of Satan? You said Satan sends people astray, correct?
Yes. We all know that. Yes.
Okay. Now that we see Allah sends people astray, watch this. Listen to my next question. Listen. If Allah is doing the job of Satan, can you tell me why do we need Satan if Allah sends people astray?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, he's not doing the job of Satan.
What is the job of Satan again? Sorry, what is the job of Satan?
Okay, you said he's doing the job of Satan.
I'm asking you, what is the job of Satan again?
Okay, we're going to say this again because I'm going to repeat myself.
Mhm.
We established already. He
So
sends
Satan's
people
job
astray.
is to?
I just said it sends people astray.
Okay, so Satan's job is to send people astray. I said to you, why do we need Satan if Allah is doing Satan's job of sending people astray?
Okay, so quick question. I really want to know. When you be by the astray, do you know what the word astray means?
Oh my gosh!
I want to know.
Nobody
I'm
knows
asking
the
you a
definition
question.
of any
Instead
word
of
in Islam.
laughing, answer the question.
Yes,
Come
tell
on,
me,
bro.
what is the meaning of astray?
I'm asking you. Let's see if you know.
No, come on, man. Tell me.
No,
What
no.
is the meaning of astray?
So you don't know.
My brother, tell me, what is
Okay.
the meaning of astray?
So you don't know. Just say you don't know.
The wrong path, the wrong direction.
Down the wrong
Okay,
road.
the wrong
Opposite
direction.
side.
Finally, there we go. Somebody answered it. You don't even know it. So
Yeah. Okay,
so
I don't know.
Now
Just
remember.
tell me.
So leaning the wrong direction. Now, what type of people? You're not giving me the context. So it could be a person. Let's say they're at a time of war, right? Where he's leading people that are going to go murder Muslims, right? It could be anything.
Travis, hang on, Travis.
I need
Watch
the
this.
context.
Watch this, guys. Watch this. Watch this.
Use the word
Yasin.
unalive, please.
Okay, unalive. There we go. Okay.
Yasin, watch
Sorry
this.
about that.
Watch this.
I know you guys can't say that.
Yeah, and that's TikTok, it's not us. But watch this now. You said, in case of war, to be led astray. Watch this. Are the Christians that believed that Jesus was crucified on the cross, were they led astray by believing that Jesus was crucified?
Were they led astray? You're telling me about the Quranic verse?
Yeah, in the Quran, the Christians that believed that Jesus was crucified, were they led astray?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the followers of Allah, the disciples of Jesus, they are Muslim, correct?
Of course.
Were they led astray into believing that Jesus was crucified?
Yes.
So it's not in times of war. Allah leads astray Muslims too then. Boom, shakalaka check.
James, with all due
bro.
respect, talk about the verse. Like I said, you didn't give me no context of the verse. So
Hey, Yassine.
remember.
Give me 1 second here. Yassine, give me one second
go
here.
ahead, go
I
ahead.
got to talk to Amin. Amin, are you here? Are you just fading? There you are.
I'm here. What's up?
You need to clip this Yassine part and James part, and you need to upload that one
please
separately.
upload it, please. And also upload this.
So even the
explain-
Muslims are subject to this deception and being led astray.
Just 1 second. Timeline, I mean, is 3 hours, and you can start at 5 minutes. It starts
Just,
around.
James,
okay, so let me finish.
just write it down for me,
So
and send it to me in a message, that way I can go back and.
when he was crucified, why did he say, my God, why have you forsaken
It's okay,
me? There
guys.
we
Watch
go.
it. It's okay. Yassine, do you know why he said it?
Oh my, okay. Why did he say it?
But
Please.
I'm asking you, do you know why he said it?
No, I don't know. I mean, that's what he said.
Okay.
I'm
Yes.
guessing.
Have you ever read the Bible?
I've read some verses. I believe that the Trinity makes completely no sense to me.
Do you know the Zabur? Have you heard of the Zabur?
Zabur? No.
You don't know what the Zabur is?
It's a book. It's a book, right?
What was given to David?
It was. Oh man, hold up. Give me a second. I don't remember this. I know it's a book. I know the Holy Book of David. I didn't read it, but I don't remember. I don't remember that part.
Let's see.
It's called the Zabur.
Yeah. Let me show you something.
It's a book. Am I not right?
Watch this, dude. From the Zabur, right? Psalm 22. Psalm 22. My God, why have you forsaken me? Huh? Why? You mean this existed before Jesus was on the cross? Let's go on and see what it says, Yassine. It says, my God, why have you forsaken me? Yassine, how many years before Jesus did David live?
I don't know.
David live? How long did David live before Jesus? Yes, I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say really quick. I just
Can you just tell me instead of making me search?
Okay, Yassine, just give me 1 second. I don't know if you read it or not, or if you saw it, but on the on the YouTube, the super chats, if you click on the right hand side of the comments on the StreamYard thing, it says starred. These are all the super chats. I just wanted to read some of these out really quick, just a brief intermission. Just because they sent it in.
James has read some out.
Okay. Did you see the last one, the $35 one?
Oh my goodness, no. That's the South African. No, that's not $35. That's 35 Rand, South African Rand.
Oh, 35 Rand. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to just acknowledge him because he sent that, but
Yeah, you know,
you've already done it.
It doesn't even matter because Jesus doesn't even have all essential properties, so he can't even be God.
Well, hold on. Just focus on this.
Oh my gosh,
Focus on
dude.
this.
Just focus on the topic, dude.
Yeah. So
Wait, listen, I just debunked you guys.
asked
Let me
a
upload
question
that from
earlier,
my.
bro. Yassine, you asked a question. Let's see why Jesus said what he said. Right?
Wait, he didn't answer the David question.
You asked about my God, why have you forsaken me? Let's look at something. Now, your Google search would have told you it's about 800 to 1,000 years before. Let's see why Jesus said what he said. He says, why are you so far from saving me, from the words of my groaning? Oh my God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night I find no rest. Yet you are holy, enthroned on the praises of Israel. In our fathers trusted. They trusted and you delivered them. To you they cry and were rescued. If you they trusted and were not put to, in you they were trusted and not put to shame. But I am a worm and not a man, scorned by mankind and despised by the people. And all who see me mock me, and they make mouths at me. They wag their heads. He trusts in the Lord. Let him deliver him. Let him rescue him, for he delights in him. Yet you
pause there, James. James, pause there. What was going on during the crucifixion of Jesus What were the people saying to Jesus?
You're asking a Muslim.
They were mocking Jesus, saying, "Why can't your God save him?"
So basically, Yasin, each time I read this now, I want you to pay attention, because this is what happened to Jesus. This is why Jesus said this, because the people, the Jews, knew that once he mentioned this psalm, it was pointing to him. Let's see what else it says. It says, "Yet you are he who took me from the womb. You made me trust you at my mother's breasts. On you was I cast from my birth, and from my mother's womb you have been my God. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, and there is none to help me." Now watch this. "Many bulls encompass me. Strong bulls of Bashan surrounded me. They open wide their mouths at me like a ravening and roaring lion. Now watch. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted within my breast. My strength is dried up like a potsherd. My mouth sticks to my jaw. You lay me in the dust of death. For dogs encompass me. A company of evildoers encircles me. They have pierced my hands and feet." Didn't they pierce the hands of Jesus, Yasin?
Amen.
I mean, that's what you guys claim.
And this is now what Jesus is recalling when he's on the cross. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. Didn't they divide my garments among them? In the Bible, it tells us that's what they did for Jesus. "And for my clothing, they cast lots." So when Jesus was calling out, my God, it referred them to this. "But you, O Lord, do not be far off. O you, my help, come quickly to my aid. Deliver my soul from the sword, my precious life from the power of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion. You have rescued me from the horns of the wild oxen." Do you get what I'm saying now?
Whoa.
I mean, all you're doing right now is you were just explaining to me what was happening during the crucifixion. You're not telling me why you didn't even give me the answer, to be honest.
Because the people knew that this was talking about him.
Right, Jesus
What
is
does that have
pointing
to
you
do
to
with
this prophecy,
Jesus
friend.
saying it? It has
It's
nothing.
a prophecy, Yasin. Do you know what a prophecy is?
What do you mean was a prophecy?
What is a prophecy?
Bro, I know what a prophecy is. Stop.
What is a prophecy?
I know what a prophecy is.
Tell me, what is a
A prophecy
prophecy?
is a prediction.
A prediction about what? Something that's about to happen, going to happen, or should happen?
A prediction. It could be anything. What's going to happen. A prophecy.
So this prophecy in Psalm 22 came true because it was fulfilled by Jesus on the cross.
And he was not forsaken because he was resurrected. He was laid in the dust of death, right? Dead men don't need clothes. They're gambling for his clothes. And then he says, I will preach of you to my brethren. I will speak of you to my brethren. This only happens if he was resurrected. Jesus was not forsaken. You got to read the whole psalm, friend, Muslims, before you start quoting something.
I quoted, but you still didn't. With all due respect, nobody answered the question why
Jesus was on the cross here, pointing to Psalm 22 of his death and his resurrection.
Anyway, my man, that's why I'm showing you that.
James, you didn't.
Now, what is it that
answer the question? You didn't answer the
Does
question.
he
But
need
it's
help
fine.
on his job?
Let's move on. So, would you
you've been
say that Jesus has all essential properties?
Hold on just a second.
Not the topic.
Okay,
The topic
exactly.
is,
You don't
why
wanna
does your
answer
God...
because- Let me explain to you why.
The topic is, why does your God employ help when he does just fine on his own?
I'll gladly answer that, but I just want to establish that Jesus does not have all essential properties.
Okay, nice claim.
Okay, you can try to say whatever you want, but just saying something doesn't make it true. And this is not the topic of the room, and Muslims don't get to choose the topic of the room. It seems like you're pretty scared of actually answering for it's. It seems like you're pretty scared of answering for Islam, because as soon as we showed you that Allah is the one that leads people astray, not the Shaytan in Islam.
Chris, do you
You're
even know what essential means?
But the Bible, but the Bible. So how about you explain how Allah is the one that sends you astray, and it's not the Shaytan, when you said yourself There's no way that Allah sends someone astray. It's only the shaitan. How do you square that circle?
Let me address James really quick. James, so when God made it look like Jesus was on the cross here, why did he lead people astray into believing that this prophecy came true?
That's my whole point.
He wasn't smart enough to know that when he was tricking people here, he was also making it look like the previous scriptures were true. This is how dumb this God is, everyone.
My Muslim viewers, they couldn't even answer a simple question I asked.
Okay, that's not the topic. We've been doing this for a long time. We spot a boogie dance from a mile away, friend.
Yep. And you can't answer it, so you're running.
Yeah, okay, we're running. That's not the topic of the room. We'll cook you another day on that
But
topic.
hang on, watch this, Yasin, my man. Try to be honest. Try not to be like Muhammad and Allah. Try to be honest. Listen carefully. You asked me to bring you a verse. You said there's no verse in the Quran that says that Allah would lead people astray. I brought that to you. You tried to make it make sense by asking me in what context. You said, show me the context of the verse. What is he talking about? But that showed you clearly. Do you admit now that yes, according to Islam, Allah does the job
I do not
of
admit.
Satan?
James, let me tell you why. I'm not even going to give you the interpretation. Let me just explain to you, James. Remember what I said before. You know how we don't see your Jesus and we don't take him as the literal son when you guys call him the son of God, right? Which means we cannot take everything literal and also take stuff out of context. I don't know the verse. I'm not. You know, I didn't review it like
Get off the stage then before we get accused of talking to another dummy.
Yo, Travis.
So Kim, back to you. If Sim, whatever your name is Jim. Hey, if you ever have a daughter and you raise her up, she loves you, you're her dad, you're like she's your world. Me and Chris, I have a daughter. I think Chris might. Some of the other people here.
I have one.
James has a daughter. I just want to appeal to you because you still have a conscience. If a man ever put his hand on your wife to strike her, to your daughter, how do you think you would respond?
I'd protect my wife.
Well, how about your daughter?
I'd go to jail.
Yeah, same goes for her.
Yeah. Do you ever want a man hitting your daughter like a child?
Like disciplining, like spanking.
No, ever.
Shit.
Do you ever want a man harming your daughter?
No.
If you do, you're not a dad, and you shouldn't ever become a dad.
No, I wouldn't.
Right. As most men would respond, it would be worse than when Muhammad was slammed in the cave. If anybody ever put their hand on my daughter, just as you should respond in Chris and James, and amen.
Okay, just a quick, sorry, Travis. Please, guys, in the chats, those requesting, it's Muslims only. Only Muslims. Please, Muslims.
If your conscience is condemning this religion, do you want this for your daughter when you get a wife and have a daughter? You want a man being able to strike your daughter?
No.
So come back to the true living God, Jesus Christ, man, who doesn't teach us to do these things. If there's a better way, why not follow that way?
Hey, Jim, wouldn't you want your daughter's husband to treat her like the words of Jesus, how Jesus told a husband to treat his wife? Wouldn't you want your daughter to be treated like that?
And how did he exactly?
He said that a man should love his wife, that a man should only have one wife, that a man should life for his wife, and that if he ever raises his hand to his wife, then his prayers are not even heard by God anymore.
Why don't we do this, guys? Jem, I'm going to read what the Bible says about wife, and then I'm going to read you from the Quran. And I want you to tell me, right? Listen carefully, Jem. I need you to be honest. Tell me which one of these sounds like it comes from God, right? A loving God that loves his creation. Pay attention to this. Now, I'm not going to tell you which comes from where. You make up your mind. It says, husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her, that he might sanctify her, having cleansed her by the washing of water with the word, so that he might present the church to himself in splendor, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing, that she might be holy and without blemish. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. For no one has ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it, just as Christ does the church, because we are members of his body. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. This is the mystery profound, and I'm saying that it refers to Christ and the church. However, let each one of you love his wife as himself, and let the wife see that she respects her husband. Now, hang on a second. I just want to read you from this other book. I won't tell you which book. You tell me how this sounds. This one says, men are the managers of the affairs of women, for that God preferred one in bounty over the other, and for that they have expended of their property. Righteous women are therefore obedient, guarding the secret of God's guarding. And those you fear may be rebellious, admonish, banish, and beat them. If they then obey you, look not for any way against them. God is all high, all great. So, Jem, which one of these sounds better to you? Sounds like it came from the one and only true God. The one that says beat them, or the one that says love them?
He's probably going to figure out which one you just read. He knows which one's right, man.
Let's see. Go on, Jem. Not sure where you're off to, man. But one of them says to love your wife. The other one says to beat your wife.
Hey, Jem, I want you to remember, because I'm a father. I have 5 children. I actually have 3 grandchildren as well. If I was under something false and I was leading my family towards destruction, and I seen what was going on, it's my job to notice the truth and to steer towards the truth instead of dragging me and my family into destruction. And this is your crossroads, right? This is your crossroads now. You can either today start walking towards the truth or continue towards destruction. But that choice is up to you. But Jesus is there for you when you're ready.
Okay, come on, Jem. Get back, bro. Come on, man. Where you at? You can't have bad internet now. That I don't accept that one. Come on, dude. Be honest with me. Be honest with yourself. Only one of these two.
Hello. All right.
Hello, there you are. There you are. Tell me, which one do you think it comes from a God? One that tells you to love your wife, or one that says beat your wife?
I'd rather love my wife than beat.
Each time you leave the app, I can't hear you, brother. Come back.
My fault. I'd rather love my wife than beat her. All right.
Okay.
I think most Muslims do too. All right. My father doesn't beat my mother. My grandpa doesn't beat my grandma.
Because they're better than your prophet and what your God taught.
So watch this, Jim. Watch this. If you don't do it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. By you not doing it, you're showing us that you have a better moral understanding. You have better morals than Allah and Muhammad, because Muhammad hit Aisha, and Allah said you can beat your wife. There's a hadith that says that Muhammad said, if your wives are being rebellious, you beat them. Again, Jem, what you've shown me is, because you've turned your back on what Allah said in His Quran, it means that you are better than Allah and Muhammad, and you deserve something else outside of Islam.
Hey, we're missing one of the most horrendous aspects of this verse, is that when Kim grows up, or Jim grows up, or gets a wife and has a daughter, if the husband fears rebellion, he can go to work on her head. out of merely simply fearing rebellion.
Hey,
Why is
would you rather would you
Sorry.
rather your daughter's husband, if he feared disobedience from her, would you rather her husband love her or put hands on her at that point? What would you prefer your husband's daughter to do?
Wait, I have to go for a hot sack. Be right back.
No worries, dude. No worries. 11, you there? 11, you there? Can you speak? Unmute yourself.
And guy in the chat that says that you refuted Christianity, when you have the name Imam al-Mahdi, like no Christian or Muslim is actually even going to take you serious.
11, I sent you an invite to unmute yourself. Can you unmute and speak? Request when you can. Where's this al-Mahdi guy?
He was down in the audience. He said that he's refuted Christianity on his channel. Like, because there's 200 and some people in here, he wants everybody to go subscribe to him and follow him and stuff, right? But the problem is that when you call yourself Imam Mahdi, you're making a claim of you're not worthy to speak. He actually thinks he's the Mahdi. That, oh man, this could get funny.
His name is Christopher Bishop.
Maybe he's from Louisiana too. Is he car washman too?
What are you talking about?
If I bring you up and you're a Christian, I am going to drop you. I apologize for that. If I bring you up and you are a Christian, I will drop you. Just you know, I appreciate you guys, but this is not
where'd
going to be
Jem
just
go?
Christians. Oh man,
I'm glad I hit follow on him before he left.
Oh, he's back.
Dude, 2 days, nobody's been able to tell us something that Allah doesn't, that Satan doesn't do.
All right. So I'm back, and can I get the hadith number? The hadith where it says you can beat your wife.
That's
It's
Quran,
the Quran, sir.
I'll show it to you. But there's hadith and Quran. Surah 434 says you can beat your wife. Surah 434 says you can beat your wife. James, are you a Christian or Muslim?
I think James joins on accident sometimes.
Yeah. Let me just drop everyone and then just see who requests again. I'm saying HRK wants to request. I mean, we must hit a low.
I think it's hilarious seeing everyone's name in a sense. Allah is a mom in a sense. Allah is a father in a sense. This is great, man.
Hey, Christianity knows how to troll. Muslims, they need to learn.
What does Christianity say about abortion? In the book of Exodus, when two men strive together and they cause a child to lose its life, that's the death penalty. God views that child as a life.
11, are you there?
So what does Jesus say if you hurt a little one, Travis?
Yeah, that it'd be better if a millstone would be tied around your neck.
Millstone.
Amen.
Okay, 11, you back? Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, you're Muslim.
That's true.
Okay, you don't need to keep muting yourself. Let's have a conversation. So my question to you would be this. Who is the one that spreads hatred and hostility?
That would be the Shaytan.
Beautiful. So do you have a Quran with you?
No.
Seriously, dudes, come on, man. And I know that you're young. You don't have to make your voice like that.
Oh, I'm making one.
You know, I ain't stupid, but come on, man. So watch this, guys. This is now in the Quran. Surah 591 says, Satan only desires. Let me find the right. There we go. It says, Satan seeks only to cast among you enmity and hatred. right? Enmity means like hostility and hatred. So 11, you're right. In the Quran, Surah 591, Satan will cast enmity and hatred on people, correct? 11, come on, man. Yes or no?
Man, he reading that verse. He gonna come back and be like, well.
You will, you will.
Did you read the verse 11?
Yes.
Okay, am I right when I say that Satan is the one that puts enmity and hatred among people?
Yes, you are right.
Okay, is there anybody else that puts hatred and enmity among people?
Allah has the power to do so. So
Allah has the
yes.
power. So can you
Yes.
read for me Surah 5:14?
Uh-oh.
I'll read it for
How
you.
do
It
how to
says
say
this.
you're Satan without saying you're Satan? Sorry, Frank.
It's true. So watch this now. You guys heard me the first time, right? It's Satan. Now listen what it says. And with those who say, lo, we are Christians, we made a covenant, but forgot a part of whereof they were admonished. Therefore, we have stirred up enmity and hatred among them till the day of resurrection. So Allah is putting enmity and hatred on these people exactly the same as Satan does. Correct, 11?
Yes, because they strayed away.
Come back. If you leave the app, I can't hear you.
They strayed away
They
from
forgot part of the teachings
Okay,
of
so
Allah.
because they forgot part of the teachings, Allah will do the job of Satan and put hatred and enmity between them until the last day, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, when you have enmity and hatred, do you come to Allah or do you go away from Allah?
Away.
Okay, so in this verse, Allah is leading them astray by putting enmity and hatred on them, correct?
But they already were they forgot the message that Allah originally gave them.
Okay, can you
and they
tell me
refused. Some
if
of
you
them, not
watch
all
this.
of them were bad.
Yeah, okay, so watch this. If you do something wrong, does your mom and dad help you do more things wrong, or do they try to bring you in and teach you what to do that's right?
They do try to.
They try to help you, right? They try to teach you, to guide you, to put you on the right path, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why does Allah push them further into sin, make them have hatred, the same thing that Satan does? I thought you said that this is Allah we're talking about, and he is supposed to be God, yet he's doing the same job as Satan.
But if they were led astray, who does the leading astray though?
You know what? Since you guys are, I'm going to drop both of you. So when you guys are ready to come back and have a conversation, you can come back. But right now, let that mull for a second. Let me see. I just want to check the time. Okay, let's see if we can get more Muslims in. Omar says, so, no, let me just see. Oh, sorry, my mistake. I'm off the. Sorry. There we go. Guys, there's another 240 people on here and over 120 something people on YouTube. Please, guys, subscribe, follow, comment, whether you agree or not. Comment in the chats on YouTube. Go in there, comment. I do try to read all of them, but again, you are helping those that are watching the videos. Whether you comment disagreeing with me, put sources, put your verses that you want to use so that people can be guided. Don't just come with a comment and just say you're wrong. That doesn't help. Answer the questions. If I'm saying to you, why do we need Satan if we have Allah? Give us an answer.
Hey, James, that question, it cooked Uncle Ruckus yesterday. You remember that question? name one thing that that Satan does that Allah doesn't do. The only thing he could come up with was spread falsehood, and then we took him to the crucifixion, and it was game over, bro.
Right, I brought up all 4 of the Muslims, right? Now I'm
Hey,
gonna
good
ask.
morning, everyone.
Good morning, God bless you guys. Welcome. Are you all Muslim, right?
I am, yes. Hey, Chris,
Okay.
good morning.
Bro, get ready to be interrupted and taken down.
Hey, good
'cause we
morning,
can't have a
speaking Muslim. How you doing,
discussion with
man? I
Muslims.
know you're on your way to work, though. How much time do you got?
Just a couple minutes. I just wanted to address that guy, Imam al-Mahdi, in the chat. Imam al-Mahdi, you are not from us, and you are not from the Christians, and neither group accepts you. Sorry, Christopher Bishop. Anyways, I thought that was important. And I just wanted to say, in the words of Kendrick Lamar, he's not with us, or he's not like us, whatever.
Not like us.
Anyway, I'll drop now. You guys have a great day.
See you, man.
God bless you. Take
Have
care.
a good day, speaking Muslim.
See you guys. Have a great day.
See you.
I'll listen from the bottom.
Christopher Bishop, you just got owned, dude. Okay, I'll ask Haydar and I'll ask HRK the same question that I've asked all of them. What is the job of Satan? What does Satan do?
I can explain.
You got a very bad connection, Haydar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You have bad connection, bro. It's like you're driving in a tunnel or something.
I'm driving in a truck, yeah.
Well, go on, I'll give you a chance, but can you get closer to the mic?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Just be careful, man. Just be careful, right?
Yeah. The Shaytan, do you know, or anybody on this panel know where the Shaytan originates from?
Please just tell us so we don't go back and forth while you drive.
Yeah, Islam Shaitan comes from the Jewish bedtime stories.
So the Shaytan comes from the jinn, which are the jinn, if you know the jinn, which are made from fire. He was revered by the angels, and he was highly revered by the angels. Once humans were made, he did not bow down to the creation. So he denied God's will to bow down to the human, his purest creation. Just so you know.
Okay,
Yeah, you
just
proved
1
my
second.
point.
Travis, can you
Yeah.
talk for at least 5 minutes?
Yeah, he just proved my point because this is taken from a Jewish legend where Satan was an angel and commanded to bow down before Adam. So hold on, Peter. Hold on, just a second. In the story that your Quran steals from, Satan is not Satan is an angel. He is the greatest angel, and he was commanded to bow down and prostrate before Adam. Hold on, just a second, please. In your Quran, the angels were commanded to bow down and prostrate to Adam. Satan, not being an angel, did what he was told and didn't prostrate to man. So the Quran, because the Quran stole this story, it makes the mistake. So you guys have the Hollywood stunt double version of Isa and Satan because the Quran stole from the Jewish bedtime stories here.
Okay, we don't believe in that, but that's okay.
Well, I'll show you. You know the motto of Burger King? We'd like to give it to you your way.
I don't need it, burger.
Have it your way. I'm going to show you where this is taken from.
No, I don't eat it, burger.
And this is why the Quran made the mistake. But there's nothing you guys. Let's just here. I don't want to divert to plagiarism in the Quran. That's easy. That's an easy topic. What is something that Satan does that Allah doesn't do?
What does Satan do
that Allah doesn't do?
Oh, Satan's not allowed to touch you if you're doing good. If you're creating evil in the world, he will touch you. But if you are not, he is not allowed to touch you.
Doesn't the Hadith say that Satan touches all kids at conception except Jesus?
No.
Well, it does, right?
Correct. No. Incorrect.
Okay, well, let's pull up the Hadith. I'm pulling over, friend. I drive a truck. I hope I don't sound like you. I hope my mic's not that bad. Is my mic that bad?
No. Sorry.
No, Travis, I thought you were sitting in your living room, man.
No, I've run a truck too, man. Well, the Hadith says that Satan touches all children except for Jesus. He tried to touch Jesus, but he only touched the placenta.
That's because he was protected.
That's
right.
That's Sahih Bukhari 3286, Travis.
Thanks, amen.
He was protected. He was protected as a human child.
It's a mean, Travis. It's a mean.
Sorry, I mean 3286.
God protected the human, the Jesus, who was born through the mother, and he protected his, and all the way through. Where you guys think he died, but we don't think he died. So because he's protected by God.
So
Yes,
you said that Satan is only allowed to touch those that follow him or under his influence or something to that effect.
No, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. I said if you are doing wrong, excuse me one second. If you are doing wrong, he is going to touch you. If you're doing good things on this earth and you're not doing wrong, he's not allowed to touch you.
All right, so here's
That's
the
not
card.
true.
Yeah.
Demonstrably, that's false. Travis is about to show you.
Yes, Sahih Bukhari narrated Abu Huraira. We're cousins, me and Abu Huraira through suckling. The Prophet said, when any human is born, any human, Satan touches him at both sides of the body with his two fingers, except Jesus, the son of Mary, whom Satan tried to touch but failed, for he touched the placenta cover instead. Whatever. So every human being is touched by Satan except Jesus.
What did these babies do in their womb that was causing so much evil for Shaitan to touch them then?
Well,
nothing, because I don't follow the Bible, but the Christians say that you are born in sin, right? Correct?
Wait, hold on a second. Hater, but before we move on to that, did you just hear what Travis just read? So you do agree now that he touches everyone, whether you're doing good or whether you're doing bad.
And what does he touch them with?
His fingers.
What, he doesn't have fingers, does he?
That's what the hadith says, bro. That's what the hadith says. It says he has fingers.
Okay, so that means if you want to look at it your way, that's fine. But look at it this way.
Hold on a second. What do you mean our way? All we're doing is reading what it says.
What you're doing, I know what you guys are doing. You're over there around with create a problem with the Muslim. I get it, but you guys are wrong. You guys are totally wrong. You're totally wrong.
So we asked you the question, what Satan does that Allah doesn't do. You said that he touches the evildoers. We see that he's also touching little babies. I don't understand the point of your argument, friend. Maybe we'll ask it more simple. What's the job of Satan?
To make sure Jesus.
I think your TikTok is dropping you, friend. No one up here is.
No, I am.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, James.
He's a dog.
James, you're back. You're back.
No, he writes in the comment, if your God doesn't shower, we will sing. So I'm treating him like a yo-yo.
This is like Travis like, no, it's just TikTok. Ain't nobody doing it up here. James like, yeah, I am. I did it.
It was me. Who's there? When James would read the Titanic hug hadith, James would say, "Who's that?" Like, did I lose sound? Is anyone here?
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say this for Haida. We can talk. In fact, I'll do a live and we'll find out if it's true in Islam, whether you guys don't believe in original sin. Because you don't, and we'll have a live on that one day to show you guys that yes, you do, or else all of you would be in paradise right now. You guys are the consequence of original sin. You are paying for the original sin because you are not in paradise. If Adam and Eve sinned and they were dropped out of paradise, why aren't you in paradise right now? If you're not paying for their sins, why aren't you there right now? But that's not the topic now. The topic is, again, what is the job of Satan? Come on, HRK, you came up. What's the job of Satan?
Shaitan's job is to mislead people. But for the reason I've come up here, I've got a very, very important question for Amin or Chris Claus. Now, if he can give me...
Bye, Felicia.
This guy will come up and he says he got a question for those two people. You know it's not coming from him because
Translation?
And like I'm running today. I'm scared of all you Muslims. I'm running today. Don't come up here asking me questions because I'm running.
Translation, he was here to boogie dance and deflect and to divert the conversation.
Exactly. So please, guys, be Muslim if I bring you up. If you're not Muslim, I am going to drop you. HRK, I have a topic. Either talk about the topic or get dropped. Not hard. HRK, if the job of Satan is to mislead people,
just one
and
second,
Allah
James, one second.
misleads people, what does that make Allah?
Okay, just 1 second, James. I'm not going to divert from the topic, but I'm just asking kindly, yeah, if Amin and Chris Claus.
No, you can't ask anything about that. I'm not asking you to ask
Understand.
anyone about that. I'll say it again. Because you are the cuckold of all of the Muslims that we know, right? You watch all of them do the man job. You sit down in the back like the cheerleader at the back, watching them, clapping like a golfer. Again, you're more than welcome to come up and talk about my topic. You're not going to ask them about what was said or who wants to say or who wants to debate them and go and debate this one. Not what we're talking about. Man up, find your own gonads and then use it on the live. Don't depend on someone else to be the man for you. Andy, are you a Muslim, brother?
No, I'm not. However, it's hard to describe what I am.
I can help you.
Okay. It's a hard question to answer, who is Satan, because I'm not quite sure I believe in him.
Okay, but if you're not a Muslim, my man, if you're not a Muslim, then this is definitely not for you. So just listen and see what the Muslims are saying, just so you can get an understanding of what and who it is. I'm sorry, guys, I said Muslims only. I'm not sure. It's on the, you know. Petrus. So, welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Can you tell me, what is the job of Satan?
Deceiving, all this type of stuff. Basic. Yeah. His main
So
mission
the one
is to
that,
deceive.
so the one that leads you astray would be Satan?
Sure. Depends. What you mean by that?
And tell me when you got some time, I'll just mute you, while you're moving around. So you said the one that leads you astray is Satan.
Yeah, I said that, yeah.
Beautiful. So when I read the Quran, when it says Allah leads people astray, then it's Allah is Satan.
Yeah,
correct?
the difference between that is that it's Allah who people who want to leave astray, right, in their own volition, right? Allah is helping them doing that.
It doesn't say any of that.
No, if you read the previous verse, I can give you all the verses in regards to that context.
Okay, sure. So hang on a second. Hang on. So now we're going to go find the context of certain verses. For example, give me a verse that tells
I never said that.
No, give me a verse that tells me that the reason why Allah does the job of Satan, it's because people want to be led astray, correct?
Yeah, that's their own volition, so he does that.
Okay, so Allah's still doing the job of Satan, correct?
The difference between Satan is that he deceives, he leads people astray.
Okay, let's do one thing at a time. So Allah's job, no, Satan deceives people. Does Allah deceive people?
You gotta be, I don't understand.
Does Allah, the God of Islam, does he deceive people?
I mean, it depends on the people, such as the Jews, yeah, he will.
Okay, so Allah also deceives. So Satan deceives, Allah deceives, Satan leads people astray, Allah leads people astray, correct?
Yeah, okay, sure.
Okay, so then if they're doing the same job, they're doing the same thing, tell me, what do I need Satan for if Allah can do the same thing?
Yeah, so the difference between Satan and Allah, right, is that you have a thing, right, is that this individual can do what God does, is that he does what people doesn't want. So, for example, he can make me do sins that I don't want to do it, right? For God, right?
Who's you talking about now? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Satan.
Okay, so for example, let's just say adultery. Who makes you commit adultery?
That's my own person, yeah.
Okay, so if I show you a hadith that doesn't say you make yourself commit adultery, and it tells me either Allah or Satan is the one that's responsible for me committing adultery.
Okay, so you made a statement saying that Allah or Satan, right?
Yeah.
So I want you to substantiate, right? Okay, so
Okay, so if I am able to show that, we'll see whether you trust me or you don't trust me, or you trust
Well,
me.
what am I gonna
Allah.
trust you? Just to show you. What?
Let's read. All we do is read. Sahih Muslim 2657b. You're welcome to find it yourself.
Yeah, sure. I'll find it.
Okay.
Sorry, Muslim what?
2657b.
Thank you.
Okay, let's read. That's what we do best. Verily, I myself has fixed the very portion of adultery which I will indulge in, which of necessity I must commit. Is that what you want me to read?
Sure. No problem.
Okay, so I, verily, I have fixed the very portion of adultery. I might be wrong, but is that I or is that something else?
It says very Allah. What's the issue?
Allah. So
Okay.
just before we continue, who is the one that fixes the portion of adultery a man must commit?
If we read by the parent, sure, Allah. What's the issue?
Okay, so Allah is the one that fixes a portion of adultery which a man will commit, correct?
Sure.
Okay, when I asked you, is adultery evil? I'm asking you, is adultery evil?
I mean, having intercourse, right, with married, yeah, sure, that is. Mhm.
Okay, so something that is evil comes from someone evil, correct?
Sure.
Okay, which evil person is it coming from right now?
Yeah, so let me check.
Just say the name. Which evil person is the adultery coming from right now?
Sure, Satan. Okay.
Okay, beautiful. So verily, Satan has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in, right? That's what you want me to say, correct?
Let's check the commentaries in this hadith.
Notice what you did, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to mute you for a second. Just give me a second. I took him to a verse where it says, Allah makes a man commit adultery. He said adultery is evil. I said evil must come from someone evil. He said yes. So I asked him, well, if Allah gave you something evil and evil comes from someone evil, that would make Allah evil.
And notice it says it's a necessity you must commit it, not that you got the option.
You will. So now he's going to check on something that will help him understand the verse. Ladies and gentlemen, mashallah for Islam and all the help it gets. A Quran needs tafsirs, and then the tafsir needs something to tell you whether the tafsir is okay or not. The hadiths need something to tell you if the hadith is right or wrong. And then you got a hadith on a hadith that gives you a hadith on those hadiths to tell you if the hadith is sahih. Now we've gone through the simple thing. He said adultery is evil. Evil must come from someone evil. He told me that. The evil person it came from is Allah himself. Make it make sense.
Imagine needing a map to interpret a map and another map to interpret the map that interprets the map. Dude, this religion is purely clear and precise and easy to understand.
Mm-hmm.
But people that are led astray, they don't need someone else to lead them astray. They need a guide. They need help to come back.
Exactly. So Islam, I sent you an invite. I'm not sure why you didn't come up. I'll send you another one, and you're going to answer this question. Why aren't you coming up? You said that we're not letting you up. Come on.
Islam, you got to stand closer to the neighbor's house, man. The Wi-Fi signal, sometimes it doesn't go across the yard.
So I've sent him 3 or 4 invites. I'll send him another. Let me see if I can find him. He's now gone. I can't see him there. Let me see. Where is he at? He's gone. Okay, he's got the invite, it says. So I'm not sure why he's not coming up. So did you find the answer to the answer, or the question to the answer and the answer to that question?
Okay, so we see here Allah fixed. Yeah, so looking at this, it's not referring to physical adultery as you do act upon it.
I'll say that again, please.
It's not referring to the physical adultery as in you acting upon it, such as committing the sin.
Okay, now
It's a metaphor.
Okay, oh my Lord! Now it's a metaphor, ladies
Yeah.
and
So
gentlemen.
yeah, let me just give you an example here. Is that adultery in the sense that you look is a lustful look, and tongues are adultery in the sense that it's a look twin. I don't know, like a lustful speech, right?
Facetious.
And the heart is like an adultery and a desire and all these type of stuff.
But how can it be a metaphor if in the hadith it says the necessity in which you must commit?
Yeah, so I explained it. You didn't hear?
No, actually I didn't hear.
Yeah, okay, then, okay, so I said that the hadith, right, if we go by what the classical scholars say, is that they say that in the sense that the eyes, right, are adultery, in the sense that you look at lustful, right, and the tongues, right, are such as how you speak is an adultery, right? So
Wait, that's good. That's good. Jesus says looking at a woman with lust is committing adultery with her in your heart.
Sure,
God sees it the same way. Your God says you must commit this, right?
No, I said that.
Which out of necessity you must commit.
Right.
So can I say
bless
something
us.
about Shaitan, please?
Say again.
Shaitan is also an angel. Shaitan programmed to misguide the humans.
Hang on 1 second. 1 second. Are you a Muslim?
No.
Sorry, my man. Thanks for coming, though. Eddie, are you a Muslim?
Oh yeah. Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, I am.
Okay, then. So again, say what? Just going back to what Petrus said. My question to you is adultery evil?
Adultery is evil, yes.
And does evil come from someone evil?
Adultery comes from you, like you as the person of free will, you do the adultery.
Okay, you guys, we're gonna have to do another live. We're gonna do another live about free will. Muslims still haven't understood. They have no free
crazy,
will.
man.
Okay, watch this, Eddie. Eddie,
yes,
I want you to remember who is the one that makes us commit adultery.
As a creation, God would, yes. That's what
You
you're
didn't say
referring
that
to.
a second ago. You said something else.
No. Well, the thing is, right? Since God made Adam and created
Okay, watch
Eve
this, Eddie.
from
My
Adam.
question, Eddie, I'm not interested in Adam. I asked you, is adultery evil? You said yes, correct?
Yes,
And does adultery, if it's evil, it has to come from someone evil, correct?
of course, yes.
Okay, who does the evil come from? Let's read. Verily, Allah has fixed the very portion of adultery which a man will indulge in and which of necessity must commit. Who is the evil one that gave us adultery?
Why are you
Okay.
Hang on, Petrus.
Hold up.
I will respond
Eddie
to
said
the
evil.
No, okay. So I will respond to the question that you're asking. You're referring to God Himself. Sure. Okay, God.
I don't
Allah
know,
does.
brother, stop. I asked you. You told me adultery is evil.
It
I
is,
asked
yes.
you, who is the evil one adultery came from? Can you tell everyone which evil person gave us adultery?
Gave us adultery?
They fixed the very portion of adultery which we will commit.
Okay,
Who
what
is
do you
the
mean?
evil
Okay.
one that gave
What
us
do you
the
think
adultery?
fixed portion is, though? What do you think it's referring to?
Oh, can you give me the
I
definition?
can tell you what it's
referring to
like, I can-
adultery.
Sorry?
It's referring to adultery. It's right in the hadith.
Fixed portion.
A portion,
No. I'm referring to the
means, let me help you, Eddie. A portion means the amount.
The amount, exactly.
Okay.
The amount.
Beautiful. The amount of adultery, the amount of evil which a man has. Who gives us that amount of evil? What is the name of the evil one that gives us adultery?
Okay, I'm just gonna talk about a little bit of perspective because I'm married. I'm assuming that
Can you answer this particular question
Just
first?
give me a second. Give me a
No,
second.
answer this particular question first. You said adultery is evil.
Yes.
And now we're talking about a portion of adultery. The little portion you have
God
of
gives.
evil. Who
God
is
gives.
the one that gave us the evil?
God.
Okay, so not God, say Allah.
Sure, Allah.
Okay, so Allah gave us evil. So evil, you said, must come from someone evil. Thank you for that.
I didn't say it comes from someone evil.
I asked you specifically. Who
I
gives
didn't
us
say,
evil?
but I didn't say it came from what?
Eddie, in this hadith, do you have the option to do it or not?
Yeah, of course you do. Of course, and in anything in life, you do
Wait,
have an option to
why
do
does
it.
it say it's a necessity you must commit it?
The fixed portion of adultery
Yes.
that you can do, that he has given you that option, right?
Wait, where? It says it's a necessity you must do it. Where does it say you have the option?
It's a necessity. Yeah, sure, you can do it, man. Like I don't understand. Like you're
Oh
the
my
fixed
gosh.
portion.
Okay, Eddie,
Dude, if I'm
Eddie,
okay, I'm gonna
Eddie,
give you
Eddie.
like just think
No,
about it
no,
in a
Eddie.
humanely way, right? You're married.
Eddie, stop, dude. Eddie, stop, dude. This is crazy. Please, if I say it is necessary for you to drive to work, what does
Yes.
that mean?
That I should drive to work. I should. Right?
It means there's no option when God says
Man,
it's a
this is.
necessity. Do you have the
I
option?
don't know what else to say to y'all, man. This is insane.
Wow.
Okay. The necessity, the fixed portion of adultery that we are allowed, right? If you want to really figure out the Muslim way, is that as a man and a woman married, supposedly at this point, you are allowed this fixed portion of adultery. Like I can check out my wife. I can make comments when are inappropriate, like, you know, whatever. Like it is what it
How do
is.
you commit adultery with your wife?
Of course you can. Adultery, like what is the sense of adultery, right?
Bro, this is insane, dude.
When
You can
your
commit adultery with your wife?
Crazy.
God says it's a necessity that the man must commit. Does the man have the option?
Yes, of
When
course.
God says
Yeah.
it's a necessity that something that such and such happens, you're saying there's the
It's a
option here?
fixed portion that you can go through with. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
It says it's a necessity you must commit.
But a necessity is to live, man, to fucking eat, to drink water. That is a necessity. Like you're
Yeah, that's
looking
he's saying
too
this
much
is a
into
necessity
it.
too.
You're looking too much into something that is
Eddie,
irrelevant
Eddie,
to life.
this is not a Muslim life. Watch your language, please.
Yeah, he says it's a necessity you must commit. So like eating and drinking and breathing, right? This is great that you just defined it.
I mean, like, guys, if I say for a human being, it is necessary for you to breathe, what does that mean? That if you don't breathe, you die, which means you have to breathe. In the hadith, it says, this is something that you must do out of necessity, which means you have to do it. There is no options. Like, I don't understand. Well, I do understand why you guys are fighting this so hard because it's so detrimental. It's fatalistic. I get it. But don't gaslight us, dude. Don't lie to us. Just be honest, and then we can move on. But we can never get anywhere. Did my mic go out? Can you guys hear me? Hello. Oh, okay. Everybody's muted. I thought it was I thought it was something wrong with me. Yeah, Eddie, if you can you unmute and we try to engage in this conversation?
Oh, sorry, man. I had a phone call. If anyone was talking to me.
No, it's okay.
When God says he fixed a portion that you must eat, you don't have the option. I don't understand. Like nobody knows the definitions of word anymore because Islam came around. We don't know what
Yeah,
kids mean. We don't know what necessity means. Define a child. Define a woman.
Right. Okay. So I don't know where I was left off on. I was muted. So yeah. What else did you want to talk about? Because I don't really want to repeat myself when I was muted.
we don't want to go anywhere until you'll be honest about what this says, because there's no point in having a conversation with somebody who can't be honest about simple things. If I say it is necessary for human beings to breathe, what does that mean, Eddie?
That you need to breathe. You must
Thank
breathe.
you. Thank you. You must. Do you have
I
another
must
option?
breathe. No, I have no other option.
Okay, so in the hadith, when it says the sin, you
Okay.
must commit out of necessity. Does that
Yes.
mean that you have to commit the sin?
But there are no. You're. I know where you're getting at, and you are absolutely correct in the wording of it in English. I don't know what it is in Arabic.
Wow.
Okay. But what I do know is that it does not say in any hadith or Quran or any type of scripture that it's a necessity to breathe, right? So does that mean that I do breathe or I should not?
I'm not gonna do it, dude. I'm not gonna have this dumb conversation, bro. I'm not doing it. I'm not, man. If there's anybody else that wants to come up in this place, they can. But this is just dumb, bro. HRK, you want to say something about the hadith? HRK, going once, going twice.
Hey, I mean, how are you doing?
Bro, you waited to the last. You purposely did that. Just stay in the audience, bro. Just stay in the audience. Jada Gunner, I can't bring you up. I don't have mod. James is able. Well, I have mod, but it looks like you're on a special account, so I can't bring you up. Looks like you have a private account. Yep. So, guys, this is what we're getting in 2025 Islamic Dawah. We're getting definitions don't mean what they're understood to be meant. Necessity doesn't mean you must do something. I think Travis was saying child doesn't mean child. Adultery doesn't mean adultery. Deception doesn't mean deception. I mean, like, I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, this is just insane. This is what we have to deal with. Travis, you still there? He must be on a phone call. James, you still there? Looks like y'all are just stuck with me. I'm gonna read this other hadith really quick, guys, while we're waiting for them to come back, I guess. Sahih Muslim 2749. Abu Hurairah reported Allah's messenger having said, by him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence and he would replace you by those people who would commit sin and seek forgiveness from Allah, and he would have pardoned them. We all know that it is the job of Satan to cause people to commit sin. I mean, are you there?
Well, can I talk about the topic? Or are you guys going to
This
keep
is the
throwing
topic. This
Muslims
is the
down?
topic. Is it Satan's job to get you to commit sin?
Say that again. Sorry, put your volume up.
Is it Satan's job to get you to commit sin?
Is it Satan's job to get you to commit sin? Yeah,
Yes.
partly, yeah. But not everything is due to Satan. You can't blame Satan for everything, every wrong that
Hold
you
on a
do.
second. Doesn't the Quran say that it is the whispers of Satan that get you to commit sin?
Yeah, but as I say, every single time it's the whispers of Satan. It's just waswas is there. It's a thing. It's a function. It's what Satan does.
Well, I mean, but that's the question, because if Satan's job, if his main function is to get you to commit sin, then why do we have a hadith saying that Allah is the one that's also doing it?
So when it comes to the intent, so will I be able to talk though? Will you take me down, or are you gonna guys are just gonna?
I mean, dude, I'm asking you a question.
Okay,
Go
I want
ahead.
to answer, but before I answer the question.
Oh, stop
right?
crying. Just answer the question.
Okay, let me answer the question. The question. Wait, we'll reiterate the question one more time. Sorry. Just to confirm that you know what you're asking.
Is Satan's main function to get you to commit sin?
I don't know all of Satan's functions, but yeah, it's one of his functions, but it's not always blamed on Satan.
Okay.
On Shaitan.
In this hadith, in Sahih Muslim 2749, it says, by him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence. So according to this hadith, why is it that Allah wants you to commit sin?
Just 1 second before you answer. 1 second. We've
Oh,
just
okay,
got a
1 second,
new-
and he's
just
gonna
1 second.
speak for me.
Hang-
Okay.
Hang on, please. 1
Before you
second.
answer, he does it 50 times. He keeps doing this.
Oh, shut up. This is the super chat on YouTube. This is from Eric Vizcara. Man, thank you so much, Eric. He says, I found you through Chris Claus as he taught me so much. Now I'm learning from you and Amin. Thank you for spreading the truth and keep going. Jesus is great. God bless you, Eric. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless you. Now you may speak, brother.
For the money. That's what you meant.
Well,
Listen, do me a favor, bro. You are walking on such thin ice. I'm telling you, man, you're gonna fall through soon. You know, because we got low ceilings and high floors, man. Just be careful.
Bro, every Muslim that's come up, you've taken them down. And
Yeah,
you've
because they all
okay,
act like
dude,
you're
just
not
answer
genuine.
my question,
I will
dude.
answer. If
Please
he
stop
interrupted-
tone policing. Stop tone policing, bro. Just answer the question. Do you remember
All
what the
right.
question is?
All right. Why is it that that Satan, sorry, he interrupted, so he like messed up the mojo. Go on.
Okay, I'm going to read something to you, and I want you to tell me if this sounds more like Satan. By him in whose hand is my life, if you were not to commit sin, don't worry about who this person is. If you were not to commit sin, this person would sweep you out of existence. Who does that sound like?
Who does it sound like? What is it say? Is it saying God would sweep you out of existence? Now,
Well, no, I mean, I don't know. I'm asking you. Who does it sound like? Who does that?
what, sweep someone out of existence? One second. Sin.
Like, whose job is it to get you to commit sin?
It can be both. It can be Satan. It's Satan, yeah, Satan.
Okay.
But it's not only
So
Satan.
you're saying that Allah has the same job?
If someone is already, it's addressed there. If you open up again, if you open up again, you won't exist if you're incapable of sinning. Humans sin.
Yes. So who's going to wipe you out of existence if you don't do it?
Well, if you don't do it, people are gonna sin no matter what. You wouldn't exist.
No. No, bro. Listen to my questions very carefully. I'm very precise in my questions. If you do not commit sin, who was going to swipe you out of existence?
Who's going to swipe you out of existence? That is addressing the fact that people sin. It's gonna be
No, it's not. And notice you're not answering my question.
I am
If
answering
you
the question.
if you do not commit sin, who is going to wipe you out of existence?
Me as a human, if I were to sin, if I don't commit sin.
Dude, get the hell out of here, man. Can't, bro. James, are you there, bro? I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore, man. I can't. I can't. Travis, James, somebody, please come back, man. This is crazy, man. Oh my God. Guys, look at this, man. Oh my God. By him in whose hand is my life. If you were not to commit sin, Allah would sweep you out of existence and he would replace you by those people who would commit sin. Man, if you look at the inverse of this, sometimes we call it the contrapositive. If you look at the inverse, basically, if you commit sin, or if you don't commit sin, then Allah swipes you out of existence. The opposite of that is if you were perfect, he wouldn't. So either way you look at it, it's ridiculous. Nobody is perfect except for God, meaning that you're going to commit sin. But the hadith that we just read, it said that it was Allah who makes you commit adultery. He's the one that's making you commit these sins. So this is it's a pretty bad dilemma that we're in here. This is the ridiculousness. I gotta go on mute, guys, because I'm at work. Can somebody take over for a minute?
Yeah. And actually, Imam Malik in the Al-Muwatta, he mentions these hadith, right? And when he's saying that the death penalty should be applied to people that believe in free will, because Adam, he uses the hadith like Adam refutes Moses, and Moses is like, why'd you get us kicked out of heaven? And then Adam refutes Moses 3 times, because everything's about 3 times for the Trinity in Islam. Adam refutes Moses 3 times. To do it, Allah wrote fate, and then it's that Adam refuses and won. This was the whole plan, that Allah writes sin in our fates, makes us do the sin, punishes people for doing the sin. Like, this whole religion is a mess, friend. But I guess, James, are you gone too, friend? Yo, I will pull over and hijack this live and show you guys where Satan failed to prostrate to Adam is stolen from the Jewish bedtime stories. Give me an inch, bro. I'm going to take a mile. James, you better come back. All right, I'm going to do it anyways. So that truck driver, I'm a truck driver too, man. I'm going to run a truck through this conversation. So the story of Adam, or Satan refusing to bow down to Adam, is stolen from the Jewish legends, and I'm going to show you guys really quick. Give me just a minute to bring it up. I got to hurry before James comes back. So, as like in the Quran, Satan's downfall was failing to prostrate to man, and then God rebukes Satan for it, and then Satan presents this challenge to God, and God says, okay, I'll got a challenge for you. I'm going to bring all these animals before you. You give me their name if they're truthful. That's also stolen from the Jewish legends. So anybody out there watching, little side shuffle real quick while James is gone, because I have an ADHD problem. Let me show you guys the source really quick. Just like Jesus speaking from the cradle, Zulkar 9, El Khidr, they're all taken from other sources. And we did this yesterday. This is why the Quran punishes Satan for not prostrating, when in the original source, Satan was an angel. Let me show you guys really quick.
Let me give you a big screen. Yeah, sorry, guys.
You're back.
I've got a visitor that keeps coming, that just came in, so I'm pretending I'm running up and down, moving stuff.
Oh, it's okay. So let me show you guys the source really quick. So in the Quran, in chapter 2, verse 34, they all bowed down to Adam except Satan. He was one of the disbelievers. So that shows up in the Quran in chapter 2, verse 34. And then in 2, verse 30 to 31, it says, when your Lord said to the angels, I'm placing these people on the earth, they said, you're going to put on it someone that causes corruption? And then God teaches the name of the animals to Adam and says, then he presented to the angels and said, tell me their names if you're truthful. So just like in the Quran, where Satan refuses to bow down, there's also that challenge proposed. I'm going to show you guys where this comes from, out of the Jewish bedtime stories. So in
just one
Legends
second,
of,
Travis. One second after you continue, guys. After this, I think I'm going to end the live. I've got visitors that came to the house. There are no more Muslims requesting, which is fine, because I've been on for the last 4 hours, and it's been a good day. So sorry, go on, Travis.
Oh crap. Okay, I'll be fast. I'll do the quick version. So Satan was an angel in the original Jewish bedtime story, and he failed to pay heed to the behest of God and said, you command us to cast ourselves down before the creature which you fashioned out of the ground. God said, yet the ground has more wisdom than you. And then here comes the same challenge that we read in the Quran. Satan demanded a trial with Adam, and God assented and said, I have created all these animals. I shall have them come before you and Adam. You give me their names if you're truthful, and I'll make Adam bow down unto you. So just like in the Jewish legend, the same story appears in the Quran, but Satan is an angel in this story. This is why in the Quran it says God commanded all the angels to bow down. They all bowed down except Satan. So the Quran makes a mistake here, stealing from this story. Satan was a victim in the Quran, as Satan is a victim in the Jewish legend for not committing shirky shirk. But guys, God bless you. I'm gonna let James get out of here. Take care. Stay away from Islam. It's a plagiarized mess.
God bless you, man. God bless you. Okay, guys. As always, Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you again, guys. Everyone, those on YouTube, God bless you. Thank you as well. I mean, YouTube, we've got 130. We've got almost, you know, we averaging good numbers, meaning that people are listening. The message is getting spread, and we are the only ones that's showing evidence. We say this all the time on every Christian live. Why is it that the Christians are the ones showing evidence? Why is it only us? But I've got guests that came to the house now, guys, so I'm going to say thank you to everyone. Please remember, it's The Agents on YouTube, The Agents 007. Subscribe. Thank you so much, you guys. You know, we appreciate all the taps, the likes, the shares, the gifts, everything. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. God bless you guys. Thank you so, so much. You know, without you guys, we nothing. And it's because of you guys that you're spreading the word as well in the chats. You guys are sharing the live to the Muslims. You guys are liking it for the algorithm to get spread. Thank you, thank you, thank you again. Last words, Travis.
Man, just may God protect you all, man. Jesus Christ, greatest love story ever told, lay down his life for you. Follow Jesus. More importantly than following any of us, follow Jesus. Find him, fall in love with him, and he'll never lead you astray like the God of Islam. God bless, guys.
Super duper. Thank you, guys. Remember to remove the hate, the ego, the pride. Humble yourselves. Put Christ first.